My apologies and greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, and loving life. We got the PayPal link down there in the details section for anybody who wants to share some love. And the StreamYard link is there for anybody who wants to join the panel, so feel free. And we're going to go over some videos. I saw something on a panel here not too long ago on Paul's about a Judge Slaven. So we're going to go over those videos because what we saw on Paul's was just a short clip of one of a three-part series of an interview that somebody did with a Judge Slaven. And so we're going to go over the first part today. I might go over the other two parts later on as well. But I wanted to go over the first part for sure, as it relates to how things work in the courts and what we know about it compared to what he's telling us. So let me pull that up. And this is, I don't know if you guys were there when Paul played some clips of this, but we're going to play this one here. It's about 27 minutes long, I think. And we're going to be making some commentary on it. And you'll notice the thing scrolling across the bottom, the banner there. Wyrd Wyzard, Word-Wise Warriors. Fair use commentary, 17 U.S.C. 107, limitations on exclusive rights, fair use, free education, da-da-da. So, Rod Kitley says, the other judge that works with Judge Slaven in Michigan is a lesbian. Wouldn't doubt it. Many of these people are heathens, infidels, in places, in positions of authority that shouldn't be there. Romans 13:1. There is no power but that which is ordained of God. So let's take a look at this. And again, the link is there for anybody who wants to come join the panel.
Crowell, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hang on, let me turn it up a little bit here. Go ahead now.
Good morning.
Yep, that's a little bit better. Well, thanks for
No, thank you for taking the time to do this. I know you're on the bench and it's probably a busy Monday.
And I'm going to tell you right now,
I don't
this
have
guy's a
my next
narcissist.
cases until 12:30. So we the local prosecutor's office can only send one prosecutor, so they can't get here for the afternoon for my cases. So all right, so I just send them in the afternoon, whatever. But
all right, well that works for me. I set this up for about 15 to 20 minutes because I didn't know how much
Sure.
time you had.
No problem. Awesome.
First and foremost, it's really nice to meet you. My name is Colin. I do want to let you know that I am recording this, and once I'm finished recording after this interview, I will edit this video and I will send it to you to make sure you're okay with it before I release it.
I understand. I appreciate that, just to make sure that there's no conflicts, or I'll just give you the caveat. I obviously, under my ethical rules, can't comment on any ongoing cases. Other than that,
are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so,
I'm pretty much an open book. I have no problem telling people how I think about things. So,
well, that's great. The reason why I asked for this interview is you're one of mine and my community's favorite judges to watch. We love.
He's about to be one of my favorite judges because, like I said, this guy seems to be a narcissist to me. So if he really does go through with his plans and starts a YouTube channel for his as a show for himself, I'm going to be on it. I'm going to tear this guy up and everything he says. But pay attention to what he's telling us. This is one of the guys on the bench, and he's going to go through and tell us some pretty insane stuff on how things work that will tell you that many of us out here in this quote truther community trying to expose how this system runs and everything are absolutely correct in what we're thinking, and this guy's going to confirm a lot of it.
Watching you on YouTube.
Well, a lot of people have, and I've been doing this before YouTube was going on. There was YouTube, there was still YouTube, but we weren't live streaming cases. But when I come in and I do a case, especially in small claims, because small claims has no attorneys, just for example, by way of example, I like to make sure that even the people who both sides understand what just happened. A lot of people come to court and it's like a whirlwind of what this and he said an objection and I lost and what? Like I don't why? And if you can just tell people, say, look, listen, this is what the law is. I have to follow the law. That's my job. Unless I think it's unconstitutional, I got to follow the law. When you sign that,
unless I think it's unconstitutional. See, that's not the way this system's supposed to work. It's already set in law the things that are constitutional and aren't constitutional. Many of them. Now, in the modern times that we have today, the system's been around for 200 some years, and there are some things that may not have been brought up in case law yet, but most of them already are. Most actual issues are already brought up through the case laws. The difference is that these judges sitting on the bench don't play those case laws; they play their own opinions. That's what this is. It's a popularity contest, and it's a chance for them to get their name in a book and adjudicate and set precedents. And when they come up here on these benches, again, there is no power but that which is ordained of God. So that simple issue was set a long time ago. Now, the Constitution itself, in my opinion, of course, is a violation of the scriptures that are the foundation of the supreme law of this land. But again, that's just my opinion. But at the same time, I want you to be aware, that's all these guys are using. Okay? Just their opinions. Period. You have to come above and beyond that grading curve and be one of the top dogs. You have to be able to continue your education and knowledge seeking beyond the scope of what they indoctrinate you into believing is a set bar level for the rest of your life. You need to learn this and that's it. Then you'll be set for life. No, that's an indoctrination to set you in their system so that they can keep authority over you for life.
Contract, you sign that contract. I mean, there's a whole point to why you have to, or if you didn't get a contract signed, that's why you're not winning today because, well.
Did you pay attention there? It's all about contracts. That's the first thing this guy mentioned when you walk into court. He's telling you people don't know things are going this way and that way. They're not keeping up. Well, I'm just here to tell you the law. And then he tells you about how it's the contract. That's the law, the contract. Now, that contract is also set within a trust. And that particular trust that it's set in is going to set the law. Well, the problem is that everything's set under the Global Postal Trust Services. That's the trust. That's the trust that is available to you as an international being. Instead of taking upon a locality of a nationality because you were born in some city, in a state, in a country that really has no fucking nationality. It's pathetic. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. That's the same thing as saying you are an international being in these modern times and terms. Yet everybody takes upon that nationality, and that's a contract.
the statute of fraud says you got to have it in writing. Why? Because it's kind of important, you know. I mean, so we want to make sure there's something backing it up, you know. Or maybe they have a contract and like, well, he said this, and I'm like, well, in Michigan we use the four corners or the four corners doctrine, which means if it.
Greetings, Russ. How you doing today, brother?
Greetings, brother. Doing well. Glad to see you this morning, obviously, because there ain't much out here on the YouTube streets. I was like, holy smokes, he's going live at 11 o'clock. Thank God.
Yeah, these people are getting me to do a little switch up myself. You'll notice
Good.
the StreamYard thing is I'm kind of limited right now because my StreamYard subscription expired and stuff. So
maybe we'll work towards see what we can do to get that fixed.
that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. You know, there's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. That's for sure. In the meantime, notice he's still talking contracts. And listen to what he's saying about this four corners thing. This is what I mentioned about the license plates in on one of the streams here not long ago when we were talking about Mr. Brandon Joe Williams, and John LaCrone was talking about the four corners rule on those plates. And technically, what's happening in a four corners rule, they're giving you notice. Anything in the four corners is a notice. Okay? So you can have things that are on a sheet of paper and then have a four corners rule, say something in brackets. That's a notice within that letter or document or contract. It's a notice. That's all it is.
It ain't in here. It doesn't appear. And I'll give them a little something that, you know, then they're like, well, you know what? I learned something, a lesson for next time. I'm definitely not going to, I'm like, well, that's, you know, hopefully that's, you know, that's sometimes we have to learn lessons the hard way. I get that. And I'm sorry you had to get it here in the courtroom, but I'm just doing my job. And people, even though
I'm just doing my job. No, you're not, because you're just doing your job. You sat there and stated, you got to determine yourself whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional. That's your opinion. And I'm telling you again, folks, that's what their job is, to state their opinion. That's all it is. It is not law. You've seen many times reading the codes and everything. There is no law. It's all policy and rules and acts and procedures. Get over it. And feel free to say anything and ask me to pause real quick anytime you need to say anything, Russ.
Absolutely.
the ones who lost, thinking I got treated fairly. I understand what happened and why it didn't go my way. You know, so for me that's a win. You know, that's what I try to do. That's why I try to just instill in people. But because there's a lot of people out there who, you know, they don't have an attorney in their family. I didn't have an attorney in my family. I used to ask questions and I find somebody who's an attorney and they're like, oh my God, this kid's annoying. You know, like nothing but questions, everybody. But so I'm gonna let you, know, this is your, you invited me here to this, and I'm like, you know, hey, absolutely. So whatever you want to ask or however you want to go, I'll just let you kind of guide and let's talk.
All right. Before we get into it, though, I do want to
Yeah,
make a
for
statement.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So attorneys are paid to craft their clients' contracts, right? So they want to craft them to make them better suited to win in court. That is why the clients hire their attorneys to craft the contracts.
Let me back you up just a hair in there, because having been the guy who's challenged the contract for somebody and having been the guy who wrote the contract for, there's a book at the University of Detroit Mercy Law School. That's where I taught, and as an adjunct professor for a lot of years. But
this is our wonderful priest, Father Brown.
There's been a murder.
We will get to the bottom of this.
I teach everything that's on the bar exam. So a lot of judges specialized in something. So when I came up as an attorney, I specialized in being a general practitioner. I literally teach every subject that's on the bar exam. So
You muted?
I don't know why, but yeah. Notice this guy is talking about he He's teaching the bar exam on every topic on the bar exam. That's not his job. He's not a teacher. He's not a professor. Yet his ego is so large that that's part of what he's doing in these courtrooms is he's teaching other people to do the same thing he's doing, which is merely his interpretation. This is why it's so pertinent for you people to really step it up and get out of the cognitive dissonance that you're in and learn what's really going on so you can discern for yourself, so you can come up with your own opinions, because that's important. It really is. In order to be able to figure this system out, you have to understand it is not law. It is merely opinions. And you have to find a way to base your opinions in truth to show that what their opinion is violating the truth. Not law, the truth. That's what we're talking about in these scenarios. These people are so egotistical that they think what they say you will believe, and that makes it truth. It is not going to make it truth. I don't care how many slaves out there will jump off the bridge. They're going to die jumping off of a bridge. Of course, it's an extent. I'm talking about a 100-foot bridge. You're going to die jumping off a 100-foot bridge. I'm not talking about a 10-foot bridge into a little creek. But a real bridge got some danger to it. If 99 people jump off, just because he said, see, them people jumped off, it's a good thing. You ought to do it. 99% of people did it. You should do it too. That's not the truth. You have to learn how to discern what the effects are to determine what the truth really is according to the intent. You always have to start with an intent. And in law, the intent is to make parties whole, not to make other people suffer. People have it a little backwards.
So when someone comes in here, or an attorney, or even a litigant who's like, well, you know what, the law is this and that. And I'm like, well, actually, it just changed like 3 weeks ago. There's a new case. Like, I was constantly, because I wrote a book about it. And I would tutor people privately, even for the bar exam. I would do bar exam appeals. So I had to.
Well, it just changed 3 weeks ago. You get the point? The law is not a changing thing. It is a cognizant thing. So when you come across something new and you cognize it, you bring a solution for that new problem. But again, like I said, today we're in such a modern time that there is no really new problems except when it comes to technology. The real issue is that the law is not changing. The law doesn't change. What is right is right. What is wrong is wrong. What was right yesterday is still right today. What is wrong yesterday is still wrong today. The only thing that changes about law is somebody's damn opinion.
Be this up to the date Barbary. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Barbary. It's a prep system. They asked me quite a few times, a couple times, to be, hey, will you come work for us, be one of our lecturers? I'm like, yeah, no. Because they're just commercialized. They just want to get people's money, and I'm not about that. Like, every single person I ever tutored, they're
just commercialized, and all they want to do is get people's money. I'm not about that. Did you hear him say this is about contracts? Did you know contracts are about nothing but the money and the obligations, therefore, of those exchanges? The guy just lied to everybody because he doesn't even know himself. These people get in such a narcissistic spot, they actually believe what they say. It's insane.
Absolutely.
passed the bar exam. There was nobody who didn't. And so, because learning is it's fluid, everybody learns differently. Like, and I can come up with, I'm kind of like a teaching, I want to say savant, that's just very egotistical, but like I can.
Did you hear that? He even recognized his own egotistical shit, trying to claim that he's some kind of teaching savant. That's the ego. He thinks he can teach because he thinks he knows so much, where what he knows isn't true.
I can put myself into other people's shoes. I can get inside their head the way they think and then explain it to them in a way that makes.
No, you don't get in other people's heads. And no, you don't think the way other people think. This is the problem. That ego says everybody's just like me, and I think the exact same way as them, and they think the exact same way as me. No, we've all been indoctrinated to think pretty much alike, but we still have our own goals, intuitions, perspectives, everything. That causes a great degree in differentiations of thinking. One guy might think all day long about his favorite thing, and that favorite thing might be flying. The other guy, he might think all day long about his favorite thing, and his favorite thing is out there in the nature, gathering, collecting, fishing, and whittling and whatnot, being creative. Those are two minds that do not think anywhere alike.
Makes sense to them. And then they're like, really? That's how it is? I'm like, yeah, that's really just how it is. Oh my God, why didn't they just.
Oh, really? That's how it is? So now he's building a foundation that these people believe in him because he said it. And he's such a wise man that all he's got to do is tell them that's the way it is. And they go, oh, is that the way it is? Oh, pathetic.
just say that in the first place? I'm like, well, yeah. So when it comes to the contracts, a good attorney who's drafting a contract isn't trying to draft it so that they win automatically. They're just going off of all the problems that have ever presented themselves through case law.
No, they're not. They're writing that damn thing up so they can win. And again, that's what I'm telling you. They're using against you is that fucking language. If you don't get back to unlearning what they've taught you and learning concise English and how it's constructed, you will forever be battling this stuff. I assure you.
Every single case that you read is basically just a problem. It's a situation that came up, and then how did the court deal with it? So now that becomes precedent. Well, if that becomes precedent, I'm just going to make sure that my client doesn't stumble over that same brick. I'm just going to make sure that that brick is in place, locked down, cemented in, and it's nice and smooth. So when they go walking down that contractual path, they're not going to trip on anything. So it's basically, they're just making it less litigious. Now the person
making it less litigious, making it so you don't trip down that path of contract. They will insist that it's not contract. And I'm telling you, this guy is sitting here telling you it is, but when you go into that court, ask them where the contract is, and they're, oh, this isn't about contract. This isn't about contract. Well, what trust are you operating in? Well, this isn't about trust. This isn't. The fuck it isn't. Public service is a contract, and public service is a trust. It's that fucking simple.
On the other side who's fighting it, well, they're obviously not paying attention, because if there's a legal reason for it to stand, then why are you bringing the case? Then that means the attorney on the other side just is trying to make some money. That's one of
the attorney on the other side is just trying to make some money. Listen, let's listen to that again.
The person on the other side who's fighting it, well, they're obviously not paying attention, because if there's a legal reason for it to stand, then why?
If there's a legal reason for it to stand, let me tell you, folks, legalities have no standing. It's a contract. It's called privity, and you're supposed to have a private agreement, amenable terms, with the meeting of the minds, making sure that each party understands the language so they don't get tripped up along that path of contract. That's what it's about. These statutes, codes, rules, and regulations, they're all contracts. Contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders, commercial items, commercial services. So anything to do with commerce has to be implemented. It has to be implemented by contract, and that is through statutes and executive orders. You have to have communication, and that communication could be with Congress, letting them know that those statutes and executive orders don't apply to yourself. You don't need a birth registration. You don't need to fill out that SS5. You don't need to file taxes. Those are all voluntary. There is nothing throughout the entire history of time that has ever required any of those. They're only posed as requirements. The true law is my yea be my yea, my nay be nay. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
You bring in the case, then that means the attorney on the other side just is trying to make some money. That's one of
the attorney on the other side, of course, he's trying to make money. And the problem is that these attorneys work together. Neither one of them wants to lose their job. And if either one of them gets caught by any of the parties in there to be malfeasant in trust or contract, breach of contract, they can lose their job. They can lose their bonds. That's why they work together so tightly.
It's one of the things all my buddies from law school, they would always call me and be like, hey, I got a case about this and that. What do you think? And I'm like, I'll do this, file a motion for that. But like a lot of my clients would call and they'd be like, hey, I want to change my will. I'm like, yeah, what's up? Yeah, that grandkid of mine, this and that and the other. And I'm like, hey, and they're like, can you rewrite the will? I'm like, is that all you want to change? Just that? Well, yeah. I go grab your will. Go right to that spot, grab a pen. Ready? It's called a holographic codicil. In Michigan, you can just go ahead and change it in your own hand, but it's got to be in your own handwriting. You got to make sure you sign and date it. And then on the bottom say, I made this change specifically up top where I initialed on this date. And they're like, that counts? I'm like, absolutely 100% absolutely.
You hear that?
Handwriting, you got to make sure you sign and date it. And then on the bottom say, I made this change specifically up top where I initialed on this date. And they're like, that counts? I'm like, absolutely 100% absolutely.
You can change those contracts. He's telling you. And if you're considered a party to the contract, you can change it. So on the SS5, if you want to do that and you want to hand over the administration of your estate to the Social Security Administration, you can amend it to an actual estate without probate and put your will in there that they administrate it for a certain period of time while you're still learning contract law to make sure that when you do these contracts, you're not going to place a public liability on the record. There's all kinds of remedies, and they have to come from you. No one else will give you your remedy. You have to know this stuff so you can create your own remedies, folks. That's all it is, and it is actually pretty simple.
Well, how much is that going to? Nothing. I'm not going to charge you for that. It really took 5 minutes. So my buddies would all be like, dude, you waste so much money you could be making on all that. I'm like, no, but it's not. But that's why I don't advertise, because people will call me and then they refer their friends and family because they know that, listen, it's like having a mechanic. If you know a mechanic and he's your guy, why is he your guy? Because he doesn't screw you over. He gives it to you straight up. He says, dude, your rack opinion's totally trash. You're going to have to replace this. The best that I can do for you is this, and I can have it done on Monday. And you know what? That's how much he charges. And when you get there, that's exactly, there's no more cost or, oh, wait a minute, it's an extra 100 or nope. And he gets it to you on that day. And so, you know what? There's a sense of trust. There's a sense of accomplishment. There's a sense of doing the right thing, doing your job, doing what you agree to do. And as an attorney, that's what I always wanted to do. But now as a judge, I got one thing. And what is that? My oath to the Constitution. And that's to make sure everybody gets due process and that everybody understands kind of what just happened. And so I'll explain it to them. And so,
So basically, if you paid attention to what he said there, he wanted people to trust him when he was an attorney. Now it's different. He's a judge and he's got to follow the Constitution as if though the Constitution isn't a trust. You see what I mean? These people think that Constitution is just a contract. No, it's a contract in underwriting in trust. It is the trust documents. All of these documents are in trust. All contracts are in trust. So by just saying that he had a certain goal as an attorney and that changed when he was a judge shows you this guy's a flim-flam. My purpose in life has always been the same. No matter where I've been, just kind of like Paul says, doesn't matter if I'm out in the street or if I'm locked up in the jail cell. My mission's always the same, and that's always going to be the man I am. Nothing else.
I like, because people always find it interesting how people will phrase things based on, like, are you an attorney or do you practice law or did you ever have a bad?
Greetings, Danielle. How you doing today, brother?
Shalom, shalom. How you guys doing today?
We're good. We're good. We're going over this Judge Slaven guy. Let me,
Greetings, brother.
oops. I got to figure out how to do this with the, maybe, there it is. We're going over Judge Slaven and his ego as it expands, and he's going to tell us some things here that both I hope people will pay attention to, clues about his personality as well as the stuff that he's talking about with the courts and how they actually do operate. It's all contract, folks, but that contract with that public servant on that bench means it's a public trust. And if he's the public servant and somebody else granted him that trustee position, then that means you're the only one left is you, and you're the benefactor.
You know, Keith, I was looking at something yesterday. I sent it to you about that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company, whatever. It seems that master commissioner here there's two different titles. They could be a master commissioner or a master slash. And the master commissioner starts out at $53,000 a year, but now that master slash domestic relations commissioner jumps to $101,000 a year. So who do you think's trafficking all these children? Domestic relations is the ones that collects all the child support and all of that stuff, but the circuit court, the judges appoint them. And they're also accounting of the record for the Social Security Administration of that Social Security number.
Yeah, and I think that's the statistical element. That's what they're using is statistics.
Right. But she is the commissioner here is also the president of that LMICK.com, which is Liberty Mutual Insurance Company, Kentucky. And I was going in there reading it. I had to pull up a lot of the archives. Boy, these people, they're not going to be able to run from what they've done and put on this record.
No, that's why I say. But at the same time, you got to realize, folks, you're the ones putting it on the record. Okay, so there's a counteracting part where if you go after them, you got to hold yourself up to the duty of making sure that you don't let it happen again yourself. That means you have to go back and start learning all the shit I've been researching and learning myself. You can't be incompetent. You can't be incompetent and try to remove somebody that's incompetent by proving that they're incompetent, because you're not going to be able to prove they're incompetent until you can prove your competence. It's the only way it's going to work.
That experience with an attorney?
Y'all want to know how bad it is in Texas? I live 6 hours away from Eagle-Pass. We've had the
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Sorry. I've never had a bad experience with an attorney. The few experiences I have in my life, I haven't had any bad experiences. Very few experiences though, so I count myself lucky. But no, all of my bad experiences come from just watching court, and those are just opinion based on what I watch. So no bad experiences. I'm a programmer. That's what I do, and I keep the legal profession up to the legal professionals.
Right. No, yeah, and that's cool. That's cool. So programming, computer programming. Right.
Yeah.
Right, awesome. That's incredible, and thank you, because there's so many people don't.
You're muted, Wizard.
I don't know why I keep doing that. I want to mention here, I'm sure you guys have seen Gen X on a few of these panels. The guy that sits there and rocks. Pay attention. That's body language. It's telling you something. This guy is not comfortable sitting there rocking the way he is. Watch his hand gestures and all kinds of stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a cousin that he rocked like that his whole damn life.
Greetings, Chris. How you doing today, brother?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Are you hearing me pretty well?
You bet you. You bet you. Good to see you again. Been a while.
Yeah, actually, I switched my geographical location. I'm down in the southernmost tip of Florida at the Key, at the southernmost point at point zero, mile marker zero down here.
Ah.
And I flew down here like a snowbird in my private cruiser. No problems on the highway. It was really quite a wonderful drive with my partners, and got a little vacation rental down here, and doing some mechanical work, fixing boats and helping people with their tactical solutions, as we do in New Mexico. Yeah.
Oh, absolute. Good idea. My companion and I, we know a lot of people down there, or I do, down in the Florida area. They've got a lot of adverse possession going on down there, and I wouldn't mind getting down there with a houseboat and find a place that we could adversely possess and build a boathouse.
Right. Well, I went over
Boathouse for a house.
to talk to the U.S. Marshals, and I let them know what my business was, and they're in help. They're helpful in helping me with the federal side of things, because there's a little rift between the state and the Fed, as there always has been, and so I let them know that that's my business as counsel with my company to do that acquisition business, and I'm doing research, and kind of gave him some verbal notice about that. And
Good deal.
Yeah, and then but interestingly enough, a couple nights ago, the seems that Key West PD decided to tow my vehicle off the side of the road, my company's vehicle. Yeah, and so it's over at the tow yard, and I have to go accept their fee schedule, and basically put the driver back behind it, the operator back behind the wheel, because they got their method down here of their new world way of doing old world piracy on vessels. So
Well, yeah, and that's called privateering, folks. See, one of the things about towing a motor vehicle or an automobile, no matter how it's described, the tow laws in every state, the tow company has to have permission from the owner. The problem
that's
is
correct. And we
the
we started a civil action. We went down and talked with the clerk, and the clerk's appointing the trustee, and then the legal aid. We're going to have those attorneys just manage the case, but that public servant was improperly applying a statute based on a prejudice of his own wrong thinking, and
correct.
we're going to sort him out, and I have to go up to Miami County, to deal with the legal people up there, because they don't got their legal aid situation well situated in Monroe County here, so they let those attorney dudes work with stuff, but I just step out
Yeah,
of the
and
way and let them put the case together, and I'm going to report to them everything that happened with respect to the event, and give them all the in writing, as well as we went to the Citizen Review Board and made a little story there, because they have that thing going on here, Citizen Review Board.
well, and that's another thing, is that when we're doing this stuff, part of the remedy in these cases isn't just to have it dismissed, but to have some general re-education of the people that are misapplying it up and down the line. That's part of the problem, is when we bring these cases, if we're going to do that, if you want equity, you must first bring equity. And again, this goes to, you can teach a man, or you can feed a man for a day if you give him a fish. You feed him for life if you teach him how to fish. But the true benefit is to turn around and teach him so that he will teach others. So in our remedies, we have to give an education. That's part of a process of a true
Well,
benefit.
yeah, like this particular dude, he's like, half my age or whatever. He's like 25-year-old young cop dude, and he doesn't really comprehend any of these deeper, more equitable subjects. He's really kind of just working on his limited training, and you can see the indoctrination in him because he wrote some
Yep.
crap about me, and he's like, putting out basically the misuse of the logos in his writing, and you can see how he's thinking
Yeah.
is wrong by what he wrote, and then of course he put errors on the record, putting my person's namesake as a registered owner when in fact it is the property of a company that I'm a counsel for, and I'm simply a passenger pedestrian in a vehicle that's being used as a private car. And like you say, I actually adopted that. It's my earth measuring tape measure.
Yeah, I was.
When we're using it in that capacity, but it has its professional commercial commerce capacity to do for the company, and it's got bonding associated with it that was paid for it and all that. But they just, according to their home rule, they want to apply things the way they want to apply things, and they got their thugs trained pretty well to
and
make
a
it
lot
the
of
way
it.
they want it to be.
Well, a lot of it's language. Again, folks, I was at Walmart the other day, and I was getting some things, and one of the items that I got was requiring an ID. And I told the cashier, I don't have an ID. What are we going to do about this? And he says, well, I can't. Well, I said, you're denying me a public accommodation by requiring an identification that I don't have. I'm not a United States citizen. I'm an American citizen. He says, well, I can't sell it to you. I said, well, again, that's a violation of public accommodation. That's a discrimination against American, against
Right.
the American
Now
interest. And
Now
so,
that officer did the similar thing there. Excuse me for cutting you off, brother.
yeah, that's what it's all about. They demand that ID, and that ID is the discrimination. I am trying to get that point across to people, and they don't understand. And
But
so,
I gave his partner that the partner was like, "Hey, can we get your credentials or whatever, your person credentials?" And I was like, "Fine, yeah, give me your pad and I'll write it down for you." And as I was writing down the legal name as well as the identifier numbers connected to the license, the dude put me under a custodial arrest. As I'm writing down those data elements for him to look up in his computer system and see that the person's in the estate doesn't have any warrants or whatever, right? I willingly, happily gave that information to his partner, but because I didn't give him the piece of plastic, he felt that he was at liberty to put his hands on me, and until he discovered that there was no warrant associated with the principal.
yeah, and again, it gets down to the language, and they'll do this kind of stuff before they even issue a warrant. They'll start denying you public accommodation and all this. And this is what I was talking about with the incident at Walmart. So I'm dealing with the cashier, and he's not understanding. So I ask him to get the manager, and instead of getting the manager, he gets an associate. Now the associate comes over, and he starts telling me blah blah blah, and he's a younger guy. He knows everything. He's an associate manager, and he's going to tell me that he can't give. And I'm trying to explain to him again, what you're doing is a violation of law known as discrimination. I'm an American citizen, and you're demanding a United States citizenship ID. Well, he didn't understand it, and that's when the cashier. I said, "Is this really a manager?" And the cashier says, "No, this is an associate." I said, "I thought I asked for for the manager. Call the manager. I'm tired of dealing with this Yahoo." Well, then when the manager come over, this Yahoo sat there and told the manager that I was refusing to give him ID. and that was never the case. I
Right,
told
you
him
weren't at
I
liberty
don't
to
have.
give him such things.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have it to give him. Therefore, it's not that I'm refusing. I'm asking questions of how we get around this, because what you're doing by asking for that ID is violation and discrimination of the law. You're discriminating against an American that is not required to have identification.
Right. Well, what I wrote down on the paper was the name as it, as it is on the public record associated with the state's ID number, right? That identifies the account. And I guess, this young officer, he never seen anything like that, but his partner was like totally happy with what I was doing. And then she ended up apologizing for his bad behavior and saying, and making an excuse for him that he's just doing his job. You see?
That's the common one. I'm just doing my job.
Right. I said that didn't work out too well for them Nazis in the Nuremberg trial. She didn't have nothing to say to that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's it's just part of the process, because I got a lot of people that I like yourself am in counsel to, so they're interested to see how I get the matter resolved. And I'm just kind of letting them deal with their own situation, and I'm going to give them some information on how to correct the situation. And the clerks are understanding of it. But I went to the clerk, and previous to the incident, I went to the clerk's office and I said, I need to establish my person's residency here, and I'm going to need some estate credentials. I need you to appoint a judge to act as a co-executor fiduciary trustee to get them estate credentials for me, since I'm really not trained to do that kind of thing. And so she put an order into the court, and they're going to contact me about getting those credentials in the proper way and appointing that judge as a co-executor, since my dad occupies the executor general position. And that's
an important aspect, is that, see, we're not really qualified to be dealing with those issues. So rather than dealing with the issues and giving them all that information, one of the best routes is, like Chris is saying, have them get a hold of one of the judges to assign them as executor to access the estate. That's letting them know that you know about the estate and how it works, and that you don't actually have access to the estate as a benefactor. See, the benefactor has no control.
The co-executor would act on behalf of the registrar who signed and sealed the bill of lading on the right. The clerk's the person to appoint that.
Right.
So it just so happened.
And you're not, as a benefactor, you're not qualified to do any of that. So all you can do is ask them, and that, by asking the right question and doing it the right way, gives them knowledge that you do know about the estate and how it works.
That's the only reason I've gotten as far as I did with the clerk, and she handed me a blank piece of paper and say, write down what you want. And then she told me, go over to court administration and talk to those folks. And they said, well, we can't really get anything done unless you put your shit on the court, right? You got to poop on the court with your motion. I said, well, I'd prefer not to poop on the court with my motion. So she said, well, if you just write a letter, then the judge will look at that as he'll accept it in lieu of a motion. And I said, well, the person is an indigent litigant, and it's in form of pauperous, so they gave me a form to do that. And I've been acting, in a sense, as a trustee, because they just don't have the staff down here to get them to do that stuff. So I just doing everything void where prohibited by law, and all rights retained without prejudice. And they're very cooperative. In fact, she unbuttoned her blouse 2 buttons to show me her golden triangle with the all-seeing eye in it that she had on a gold necklace around her neck. the clerk supervisor. She unbuttoned her
pretty
blouse.
funny.
She had it all buttoned up, and then she unbuttoned it too, just so that I could see, right?
Nice.
That she can see what I'm doing, right?
See, some of these people, especially the clerks, know exactly what's going on. They can't be just total fools.
Yeah, well, the
okay?
clerk supervisor knows what's going on, but she's got minions under her, like some girls under her that are like getting trained. You know, she oversees them, but
Mhm.
you know, I'm only dealing with her because I can understand that what I know, you know, from my position is a bit beyond their pay grade, and I want to deal with, you know, I want to deal with the eye in the pyramid.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, we're
Right.
gonna get back. We're gonna get back to this video. I want to get this done and point out
Yeah,
some things.
yeah. I just thought to share that with you. I gotta actually go fix a boat generator this morning, so I'm gonna let you guys go. And thanks so much for you know, hearing me out on that. I just thought the folks might find that kind of interesting. You know, the little situation that I'm working with. I don't usually have issues because I don't attract them, but things happen. You have to
Yep.
deal with them when they
Well,
show up. So.
I absolutely appreciate the experience.
All right, yeah, I'll let you guys go. Talk to you soon then.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Peace.
All right, be well.
Realize how
All right. So back to Slaven.
come from guys like you who get things, make things work. They just click the button. They're like, hey, but they don't know how it gets there. And wow, yeah. So kudos to you. Thank you for everything that you do in your day job. So any other questions or any I don't know what to.
I do have questions, but I'm really enjoying the conversation we're having.
No, that's cool. I mean, and that's just fine because I mean, I like to talk. I think I get it from my dad, and he's
Muted.
You get it from your narcissism. You get it from your ego. You get it from your father. You get it from your lifestyle that says it's a popularity contest and you got to look good and be good and all this to the other slaves. Because again, I remind you folks, this guy has an identification in his pocket. He's just like the rest of the people out there with an identification in his pocket. Who gave him the authority that said he had to have that identification so he could identify himself to other people that didn't know him. I mean, excuse me, you must be one of my brothers or neighbors. You're an image and likeness. You're the same creature that I am. So you must have the same authority. So why are you carrying an identification that says otherwise? That's my problem.
And I was just always amazed at how many people as a child, we could be anywhere and he would be like, hey, Ira Slaven, how you doing? And I'm like, we're like 3 hours away from our home up north somewhere in northern Michigan. I'm like, how do you know somebody here? And it was just because he would just talk to people, listen to their stories, share stories, talk. And he was very involved in the Masons and things like that and whatnot, and a bunch of other things. And it's about talking to people. So like, I know you got questions and things like that, but I don't know. I can just sit here and chat, ask you questions, just kind of chat. Yeah, I know. I mean, about anything and everything. So,
did he just eat his sentence like
I'm in
snafu?
Dayton, Ohio right now.
Okay.
I am from.
I think he just ate that sentence like snafu does. This guy is a babbler just like the rest of them. And like I said, his ego and narcissism. I know this and I know this, and that's why you see his body moving and his head going around like it's no big thing, and he's glamour shots here and there. It's pathetic.
From Cincinnati. I grew up there. I went to the University of Cincinnati.
Okay.
So I'm a Bearcat. I'm not a Buckeye. I just want to make that clear. I am worried about interviewing a judge from.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Was it Luke Fickle still?
No, he went to Wisconsin.
Year, yeah. Oh wait a minute, that's why Wisconsin's not doing too well. He's got a bigger mouth than he does a playbook. So anyway, but no, we'll get the football. No, but since my boys in blue are playing for the national championship tonight.
That is awesome, by the way. Congratulations to Michigan. I have no bone in this fight, so I always root for the team that has the best chance of winning.
Yeah,
or what the game means more to. But yeah, like I said, I have no bone to pick in the fight between Ohio State and Michigan. I stay out of it.
Makes sense.
All right, so on to the next question. I do want to ask you about your undergrad degrees in sociology and psychology. Do you think that helps you on the bench?
Yeah.
And you guys heard that. He's got undergraduate degrees in sociology and psychology. A lot of these people in these attorney positions, that's usually one of their undergraduates. Their understudies is psychology or psychiatry. It's part of the thing that they use against you, and that's why you have so often set him up for a competency test. Set him up for a competency test. Bring it. 3 already. You think you can all of a sudden determine that I'm not competent after it's been done 3 times, and all 3 times, not only have they determined that I've been competent, but each time showed improvement in the competency. Again, knowledge is something you should be gaining every day throughout your entire life, so that you're smarter at the end of your life than you were at the beginning of your life. And there isn't some dead stop in the middle saying, okay, he quit learning here. That's proving your incompetency. That's proving that you no longer have a will to be prosperous and abundant. That's your competency, your self-esteem. And that's what they use against you, is the psychology and psychiatry. Learn this stuff and understand it is a spiritual warfare.
It's kind of a unique approach, right?
I was kind of pre-med, pre-law. So I got two 4-year degrees in 5 years. I had to take like 21 credit hours a semester, and I did have to have them sign off on some stuff. Because they're like, well, you can't take that many classes. I'm like, yeah, I'll be good. Don't worry about it. And I did have one professor give me an A-, which kind of wrecked my grade point. So it's how you think, so I had like a 3.8 or whatever. And I'm like, well, thanks, bud. So it was when I was, let's see, what drew me towards the law was 2 things. One, I went to court with my dad. My dad has we have 3 acres here, and he had bought an adjacent property, and it had one of those old school like in-law houses on it, and it was dilapidated. The property was older, and that house, nobody had been an in-law living in that. The main residence was fine, but in the back of that other property, there was this in-law type house, and it was, it needed to go. And he knew that. And so the city was like, well, you got to tear that down. You got to tear that down. He's like, yeah, I'm on a second. And so he's got a buddy of his in the Masons who's in construction and whatnot. He's like, hey, can you bring over your bulldozer and a dumpster and one of your big dumpsters? He's like, yeah, sure. And so boom, pushes the house right, because it was already like falling over. Like basically scooped it all up with this big dozer, put it in the dumpster, cleaned it all up, and we were out there cleaning the rest of it and whatnot. And boom, we were done in like a day and a half. He gets a ticket for demolishing a building without a permit. Like, he's like, what are you talking? You told me to clean this stuff up. I didn't even
see. This is the way the system works. Just like he said, system tells you got to clean it up. Well, the best recourse to clean up an old dilapidated house that's falling in on itself is to go ahead and demolish it. Now, in their order to clean it up, they didn't tell me you had to get a permit. But then once you got it done, then they came back and said, oh, well, you were supposed to have a permit to do that. That's not the way the law works. Okay? You contracted with him and told him to clean it up. Those were the terms and conditions of the contract. Don't you get it?
even consider it a building because 3 of the walls were already like in. So he's like, I'm going to court. So he came to court, and it was in front of my predecessor, the guy whose bench I now sit on. And I say the guy whose bench I sit on because he holds the record in Michigan for the longest tenure as a judge in the state of Michigan. That's Williams J. Sutherland. Really, really smart guy. And I was listening, and I was watching.
They're all so smart.
Yeah, he took me like everywhere. So, and I'm watching the prosecution and the.
And I'll remind you, they're all so smart, as he uses the term smart, which isn't what you think it is. And him using it tells me he doesn't know how to use it either. It's what tells me this man is incompetent. His rhetoric, and remember, folks, you can quote me on this. This is one of my own little sayings. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his own vocabulary. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his own vocabulary. So when we see this judge sitting on the bench and in his narcissistic, egotistical way uses language such as smart, it tells me, somebody that's not smart, that he's not smart, that he's not intelligent enough to know the difference between intellect and smart.
Ordinance officer says, blah, 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 and he didn't get a permit and such. And so then my dad tells him, it's already falling down. And the judge says, well, would you like Mr. Slaven to rebuild the house so that he can get a permit to tear it back down? You wanted it down. You wanted it cleaned up. By all accounts, the property's cleaned up in exactly the condition that you wanted. So case dismissed. And I was like, man, that was like some the wisdom of Solomon right there. I'm like,
Oh, yeah, that's like the wisdom of Solomon there. No, it's simple contract ideas, people. You didn't put it in the contract, so you got exactly what you asked for. It's not Solomon wisdom. It's simple shit. 1 + 1 is 2, not 3.
My man, that's a great answer. Good answer. I'm like, so what is all this with the law and whatnot? And so I was, started asking around, and a friend of mine, one of my best friend, both of his parents were deaf. So I picked up sign language, American Sign Language, just being over at his house. I mean, not like super fluently, but I can slowly have a conversation with, and I can do, some words, mother, beautiful. I mean, I know some of the full words, and I definitely know the alphabet. And so I thought, my dad says, well, what do you want to be when you get older? I said, I'm going to be an attorney for the hearing impaired. And he was like, okay. So he started, looking to see what schools he wanted to send me to and things like that, as far as what kind of curriculum.
Muted.
Notice how he uses certain terms, things like that, without any specific details. And he'll end his sentences before the sentence actually ends and start on another thought. This is when he's rolling his head, and his jowls are bouncing all over, yeah, No, we don't know. We're not as smart as you. That's why details are important. It's why you have to learn grammar and how to speak appropriately. Otherwise, people like me are going to tell you you're stupid. You're not as intelligent as you portray by telling people you're smart.
What word would you use then?
I had always had a love for science. I love science. And when I graduated from high school, I think I had all my extracurriculars were science. I placed out when I went to Michigan. I could just go right to the next level of everything. I'm like, my mom's a nurse.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee.
Yes. Says Red 40 says, Keith, I noticed the scrolling banner. Doesn't donations have some tax implication versus a gift? That's what tax actually means, gift. It comes from tithe, which comes from 10th. 1/10. You're supposed to give 1/10 as a surplus to other people. That's your prosperity thing, and that's the gift. That's what a tax is. It's only when you have a cup that's overwhelming that you're supposed to give 1/10, though. That's when you can give a gift. Otherwise, what they placate here is that even if your cup isn't overflowing, you still owe 10% of whatever it is you get. That's not a gift. That's an imposition. And they impose the tax as if though you actually owe a tax. How do you owe a gift? You can't. Get that concept clear. A tax is, in fact, a gift. It comes from the term tithe, which is literally a tenth, which comes from the aspect that if you have extra, then you have something to give. Make sure it's a tenth of what you have.
And my father was a firefighter. That's kind of, I call him the ER couple because that's kind of, he brought in a run with the ambulance and he's like, hey, how you doing? And, how you doing? Yeah. So, that's how they met. But so I've always had a love for the sciences. And I'm like, so I went with the intention of the psychology degree was with a whole bunch of basically minor in biology. I was going to be a pediatrician, child psychiatrist. And on the law side of things, sociology was a minor in political science. So all my extracurriculars over there were like political science, like type minor, for the pre-law. And then basically it became down to, I got to take the MCAT or the LSAT. Oh my God, I still love them both. I'm like, well, maybe I have I'm like, maybe I can do them both. I'm like, my wife, who's still my wife now, she's like, yeah, you got to pick one. You're not going to school forever. And so I said, you know what? I'm a Christian. I put my faith in the Lord Jesus Christ and in God. And I said, you know what? I'll let God decide. Heads it's this, tails it's this. Because either way, I'm gonna be happy. And here I am. So
that's great. Thank you. We just heard your origin story.
yeah, man. I don't think Marvel's gonna make or DC is gonna make anything on. And if I have to choose one or the other, I'll choose Marvel because they do better at the movies. But so
that's funny. But look at you. You're already wearing your robe. You can just flip it over your shoulders and make a cape. You're already a superhero, right?
Actually, it's funny you say that because my wife calls. She goes, "You're gonna bring your cape?" She always says, "Oh, yeah." So.
See, that's another part of that ego narcissist. He's a hero, gets to wear a cape, right? Think about this stuff. This is the way these people live their lives. It's all a fantasy to them. And as long as we allow them to sit on that bench, they remain the fantasy and the world is theirs. And they don't give a fuck what you say. It's time to remove these people from these benches, folks.
Couldn't said it more better.
But you do have 2 4-year degrees, bachelor's in sociology and psychology. Do you think that helps you on the bench, though? It's a unique approach. You have undergrad degrees in understanding people. Does that help you on the bench?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree. But what really helps you is just being a people person, having a lot of experiences, doing a lot of different things. That's one of the things, because a lot of times, as a judge, you especially if it's a bench trial, especially if you're doing your small claims cases, especially your motions for whatever, if you don't understand the underlying case, I don't know how you would be able to figure out the things that I figure out. Like
if you understand the underlying basis that it's a contract, then you should be able to figure out anything, because that's, again, putting things into terms for your own benefit. See, he's trying to make it sound like you got to be intelligent in order to figure this stuff out. No, you don't. You have to get out of the indoctrination of the public education and learn what is true, and quit getting basing your life as on a foundation of remembering what some other Yahoo told you. Start learning to use your own observances. You have more than 5 senses, right? It's been determined that a normal man has anywhere from 22 to 33 different senses. You have a sense of balance. You have a sense of direction. You have a sense of up from down. You have a sense of electromagnetic pulses. And whether you believe it or not, or whether you can feel it or not, you have that sense. There are things that draw us outside after winter and being shut up in a home for the winter months. We call it cabin fever. But there's a sense that you have this urge that you want to get out there and enjoy the nice weather. That's a sense. Some of them happen instantaneously as soon as you touch a hot plate. You'll know that sense. As soon as you hear something howling in the night, you'll know that sense. Others take a period of time. It's a time lapse. And you have to have that sense of direction to know over a period of time that you're going in the right direction. You have to start learning to use your own observances, people. This is a must. And it's not me telling you this. This is something that life requires.
If you don't know about cars, or if you don't know about roofing, like I'll have some contractors come in here and the person's saying, oh, they screwed up on my roof. Okay.
Our democracy depends on you.
It sure does.
It really does, folks. That's no joke.
And this, what I do is a danger to their democracy. It will destroy that democracy. See, the much better thing than a democracy of 49% versus 51% would be a reasonable and logical democracy that says, wait a minute, the truth is so absolute that if there's even 1% that disagrees, then that 1% is the insane, not the 99%.
And I'm like, well, did you use Ice Guard? You know, to look, like, you'll see the roofer's face, like, oh, crap. How does he even know about Ice Guard? Like, you know, because why? Because I used to deliver roofing materials. I used to deliver building materials. And I used to install building materials. Why? Because poor kid. I mean, I had 3 paper routes when I was 13 years old. I had my own checking account. I paid for my mom and dad's taxes at the age of 14. Why? Because it's...
See, he's playing this virtue signaling stuff. Like he did this and he did that, and he saved his mom and daddy and all this. And that's the same position he's playing in society today, is that he's some kind of fucking savior. This is pathetic. If this is what we're looking to as saviors, if this is what my mother was talking about, Keith, if you want to learn how to fly like an eagle, then you got to quit hanging with the flock of turkeys. If this is the eagle my mom was talking about, we are doomed.
That's what you do for family. When my dad became disabled fighting fire, blew out 2 discs in his back, and in the 70s, yeah, back surgery was just cut out whatever's hanging outside of the discs. We'll just do that. Just kind of trim that up, and that should work. Yeah, no, it doesn't. So for a lot of times, I mean, I'm the oldest of 5 kids, and I just, you know what? You just take care of business. You take care of business for family because that's what you do, and you know what? You don't ask any questions because that's just the way it should be. And so I've always been out there, like, but eating beans and cornbread kind of gives you a taste for like.
And you don't ask questions. That is your inherent power, people, is to ask questions, so that you can know and stop believing. That is your inherent power. Ask questions.
A little bit of like, hey, so the good Lord gave me the ability to basically videotape everything that I see, because school was kind of easy. It's not a photographic memory.
And I'm going to say the same thing that he's saying right here, because he's not the only one. If he poses that he has somewhat close to a photographic memory, that's what I believe. I believe we all have it if we just enhance it by knowing that all we got to do is remember what we observe. And the more we observe with the more senses that we know we have, the better our remembering is. The better we're able to put those things together, that the sound matches the sight, and that in that sight all the colors are right, and everything's matching up with how it should feel, how it should look, how it should be. Things say yes, 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 not no, 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 no. That's one of the first things we're taught when we're a kid. No. I think that's a detriment.
I'm not Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, but I'm kind of a little bit like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. Like, I remember like a lot of things. It's just I videotape everything I see. So all of my interactions, coaching baseball, I coached the high school bowling team over here.
I bet this man doesn't remember quite as much as I can. See, I've been through this code, and you guys seem to think it's amazing what I remember off the top of my head. That should tell you something. This guy's a buffoon. You can remember all you want. You all can. The distinction is the ability to discern what is true, correct, and right, and justifiable.
My girls team is actually the reigning state champions, Division IV champions. So I've been a professor for, I mean, almost going on 20 years. Been an attorney for some.
So if he's an attorney, how has he been a professor for 20 some years? He's been an attorney for 30 some years. He had certain number of years in school. See what this guy is putting all kinds of titles out there as if though he's a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a professor, a judge, an attorney, a mechanic, a real estate agent. You know, this is just amazing. This guy's head should be much bigger. It should be much more proportionate with his body. Would make a great bobblehead.
A long time. All of my interactions actually help me, like get it beat laying on the ground, holding up a starter while my buddy's handing me the screws, and I'm like, dude, you got to move faster, man. This thing's heavy. On a diesel, on my diesel Suburban, you know, used those kind of things. So like when I get a case in here and it's an auto case where they say, oh, well, they this and that and the other, I know what you're talking about because I've been underneath the car trying to fix it. I've been on top of a roof putting down shingles. I know. So like, and I've dealt with people in all those different industries. So does the psychology work? Yes, but it's the psychology and sociology of actually the interactions themselves, the experiences in those different fields of life. You know what? There's a whole lot of different pies and cakes. Put your finger in each one and just be like, get a taste test. Like, okay. So you know what you see. So I couldn't imagine being like totally clueless about cars. Like, dude, you're using a bunch of words I don't even know, and I'm supposed to be the guy.
So he's comparing a taste test with knowledge of how to bake the damn thing. Okay? You can't start in the middle somewhere and say, oh, yeah, it tastes good. I can make that. Doesn't happen that way. And that's basically what he's saying here. Same shit, different pie.
Who's the question, you know, fat guy? You know, that would be hard. I guess. So I guess I don't know who is in that situation.
Recognize that.
But it makes it really nice when I'm doing cases because I can do them quickly and efficiently and ask all the right questions. Because you don't know and it's not that you don't know, but you don't know that you don't know. So you don't even know what questions to ask on certain times. So it's yes, the sociology. I mean, I'm not going to be like, you know, in this situation, Durkheim clearly stated that people have life chances, and you just didn't have a lot of life chances coming into this contract, buddy. You grew up. I'm not going to get into that kind of discussion.
See, you mentioned contract again. It's all contract. And those contracts are supposed to be performed under obligations by public servants. That public service is a public trust. And if you're not actually involved in the contract, you are involved in the trust, one manner or another, as the grantor, one of the people that gave or delegated the powers to these people to perform those contracts, or the benefactor receiving the benefits of these people performing those contracts.
Not anybody, but I understand that. I guess it helps me have a better understanding when people come in with fines and costs, and I have to assess fines and costs, and it's on a larceny case. And if you are somebody from a rich, affluent family, and
does that tell you he's some kind of clerk of some sort? If he's the one that's assessing the cost, is he a tax assessor? Is he a real estate assessor? What is it he is assessing, and what is assessing? It comes from as sayer, a sayer. Are you a sayer? Can you say what's on your mind? Is your yay, and your nay, nay? What is your value? What is your assessment as you say it?
and you got a job and you're just stealing lipstick or whatever it is, or a CD just to be like, oh, watch me do this, man, just to be, a little punk ass, then you know what? Hey, punk ass, welcome to the real world. But if you're stealing baby formula because that's what your baby needs and you just simply can't afford it, and I'm not saying that because I am not a bleeding heart liberal, trust me, but I understand the situation better. I can fully take into consideration that, yeah, I get it. There's certain people are born with certain life chances. I wasn't, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you crying about it. Because if you,
But I don't want to hear you crying about it. Really? I don't want to hear you crying about it either. Particularly as a judge on a bench. When somebody comes in and tells you about their life differences and that your shit doesn't apply to me. Get over it. Quit crying.
ain't trying to fix it, if you ain't trying to change it. George Bernard Shaw said, people are always blaming their circumstances for who they are, but the real people who get out in this world, and this is a rough paraphrase, people who really get out in this world are the people who look for the circumstances that they want. And if they can't find them, they make them. I grew up eating beans and cornbread, sitting on the bench now. Don't want to hear it. Now, did I have the rare lucky that God said, hey, I'm going to give you 0 luck. I don't get into 50-50s or buy ticket raffle tickets because I never win. I'll never win. But he's like, look, I'm going to give you an IQ that'll help you out. You'll be all right. So here you go. And do you try to use it? I mean, you're a smart guy. You understand the computers. Something got you sparked into like computer sciences and and programming and things like that. And that's awesome. And for me, I had a whole bunch of buddies who were in that. I never had the computer. I didn't get my first computer until I was in college. And that was just to have the word processor. And I was like, oh my God, I don't have to use a typewriter. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. So it was already past learning. And my buddies are like they all were like hackers. I mean, Dr. Detroit was Tim Barnett's his cause. I mean, and these guys were could move satellites. Like literally the Pentagon showed up to our high school for one of the guys to confiscate all this stuff because he got into the Pentagon's computer. This is back in the 87, 88. So it's just like, okay, that's cool. I'm glad I know guys who know things because I just I didn't have that opportunity to really get into that stuff. It fascinates the hell out of me now, but trying to teach an old dog new tricks, I'm like, well, I already know too many things.
I already know too many things. Did you catch that, folks? I already know too many things. Is that narcissistic or what? I could never learn enough. I could never learn enough. Yet this guy is putting a bounds on the intellect and saying, I already know too much. Think about that statement, folks. Really think about that. Can you know too much?
I don't think I can learn anything more, but interactions,
When we say something's built.
So we can continue on with this next part. I think it's like 17 minutes or something. Or no, it's 38 minutes. We can continue on with this part, or we can break and come back later. Up to you guys. Greetings, JG.
Do whatever you're going to do, buddy. I'm just here to support you and obviously interact.
What's going on, JG?
Yeah, what's up, Keith?
Not much. How you doing?
Chilling.
Good deal. Good deal. I saw Joe here earlier. I was hoping he'd come up, but
yo, Keith, I'm chilling, yo.
I'm killing, yo.
You know
I love
something?
Killing.
You know something else I noticed, Keith, on that SS-16. It says the members of that religious order for the purpose of this certificate. So that's a certificate.
Yeah.
And then when I looked up the certificate in Black's Law 5th, a transfer of security consisting of an official voucher showing ownership of a share as in a joint stock company.
Yeah, and what's a voucher? You guys know what you do when you avow, right? Or you avouch something. It's the same thing. It's a certification.
Yeah, Keith, I've been analyzing this guy for 10 minutes, so I already know he's a jackass, So.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the things that I think it's important to realize is, one of the biggest things we miss out in life is psychology, along with civics that they don't teach in school, one of the big things we should be learning about is psychology. I mean, that's what tells us how we think. And if we don't learn psychology ourselves and how we think, we can never we can't even come to the broadness or the edge even of being able to put out our own philosophy or theology or ideology or dogma, whatever you want to call it. We can't put out our own thoughts in life of what we truly observe. And if you go back and listen to Jung and Nietzsche and all those people, these are people that put out their views to the rest of society because they looked inward to themselves in their own psychology. They weren't sitting there looking at somebody else's psychology until after they came up with their own inward views and introspectives. And I think that's one of the most important things that we as people need to do to really encompass the ye are gods part. If we're truly going to encompass ye are gods, then we truly do have to know ourselves so we can love our neighbor as ourselves. If you guys understand that. But anyway, I guess we'll go ahead and get into the next part. The last third part is only 17 minutes, so I ain't really got anything else to do today, so may as well, huh?
Probably better than what's out on the web.
Well, it's not necessarily my own content, but in reviewing this other content, I'm hopefully going to help explain some of the disillusion of the public education indoctrination telling us to remember things. We have such a greater capacity than to just remember. We can learn, and we can learn continuously, and learning continuously while remaining with that imagination, we can create better and better things over time. And though technology seems to be helping us create better and better things, we seem to be creating worse and worse shitty persons. Really got to get out of this slavery of being dumb and dull and unabrasive and cupcaking. We've got to go forth with an attitude of being forgers of our world.
Really, what they're doing, they're trying to emasculate your psyche to the point where you don't have the strength to be introspective.
Absolutely.
You don't have the strength to really fucking be yourself, your true self. They want to keep you limited. They want to fuck you, man. And if you are strong, they're going to fuck with you.
They were going after the men in what, the 80s and 90s, and then they destroyed the families, and then they started going after the children, emptying
it's been over time, and it's just grown every time it repeats. In early 1900s, they had the Spanish flu epidemic, and you saw all kinds of people wearing masks and everything back then. You had various different things happen both during the world wars, where women started taking over industrial jobs because the outflow of men going to war was so great that they couldn't sustain it by a manpower. They had to introduce women and children, and they didn't call that
Rosie the Riveter.
Yep, and they didn't call that slavery. They called that necessity. So what's the difference between child slavery at one point in time and child slavery at another point in time, where they just call one a necessity and the other one was barbaric? You know, that's just a matter of opinion, and it's still just a different level of slavery, if you want to call it that, because that's truly a sense of slavery in the ID thing. If they're going to demand that you have an identification and present identification anytime one of their public servants, who is supposed to be a trustee and operating public trust and not violating the beneficiary, then why are they asking for that identification? If you guys understood how trust law works, you would understand that they're only supposed to be asking for identification from other people that are contracting in that capacity, and that's part of the Trading with the Enemy Act. How could this nation look at me as an enemy or possibly trading with an enemy if I was born on this land and I love this world and I wouldn't want anything to happen to my neighbors? See, their thought of me or anybody else that was born on this land being a traitor with an enemy is because of their own goddamn fears, their own heathen infidel fears, because they don't have faith. They don't know what love is. Has nothing to do with me or you. That's the indoctrination.
Well, wouldn't it would seem like, I try to internalize everything. Wouldn't it seem that the elevation of consciousness and that rising, continuing to rise, so where he said he didn't want to learn no more, but that elevated rising of the consciousness, isn't that what brings value to the nation, that profit unto the nation?
Well, yeah, and I've spoken on that a couple times. We can't possibly have a strong nation if our public education system is putting out people that have an average education of 7th or 8th grade. You would think that a strong nation would be fulfilling its goals of educating its people, that the average population would have an average education of 12th grade at minimum. Isn't that the standard? That's what they use as a standard for being able to go out into the world, is having a high school education. You have to graduate from high school so you can get a good job. But if you drop out at 14, then what? Now you can't get a good job? See, that's what this guy is talking about with if you have a poor set in life. No, it's a system that's placating a wealth by wants and desires, and that's a violation of the scripture. That's why 1 Timothy 10:6 says, for the love of money is the root of all evil. You're not supposed to love the money. That has no effect. Sure, you're gonna buy all kinds of nice things, but the true effect is upon a next generation. Again, you can feed a man for a day by giving him a fish. You feed him for a lifetime by teaching him to fish. But the true benefit is to pass on the knowledge to the next generation so they too can teach others how to fish. It's the teaching part that's the benefit. It's showing that you've had the learning part and the experience part. Now you have the knowledge, so therefore you can go forth with the wisdom so other people can take a portion of that overwhelming, that gift, that P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S, that prosperity and abundance of what you already know and has provided for you, and by feeding you for a lifetime, now that prosperity, you can give it out all over the place. And it ends up being a lot more than a tenth. It gives rid of the enumeration system entirely, because now the person that you used to give a fish every day, he can not only sustain himself, but he can fulfill that wish or that feeding platform for others in his life. So what is the prosperity? What is the numerology? It's eternity. Once you stop that learning process, and this is why I say I hate it. I hate seeing our younger generations walking out of high school and not picking up another book. It's disgusting.
Go ahead.
Not that the books are the be all end all, but it gives you the ability to see what other people are doing and know that they're wanting to learn more. So when it comes to wanting to learn more, if they really want to learn more and they see it in the book and they are learning, you're also going to see them observing those things in life and having an effect on it. You're going to see them doing things. This is why Jack disgusts me. He's a good man. I know he's a good man. But the disgusting part is that no matter how good you are, it doesn't matter how good you are if you don't do anything with it.
remember when I saw a council meeting
when a judge
and
is
they
elected versus a
said they, they were needing money, more money in a certain area within the local government there. And I heard them say that day that they go back to the Manning table. And that word, it's crazy how sick and evil rooted this shit really is. And they turn around and write mandates of men dating. And I mean, if people start to break these words down,
yeah,
I'm not sure some of them's ready for.
If you think that's crazy, try getting arrested for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's what we're dealing with. Our Father gives us the breath of life, and another man tells us we got to restrict it. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen here. Not going to happen.
if a judge is appointed.
No, and if you mean, and I'll just expand that a little bit to like on a federal bench, why do they get appointed for life? Because they don't need to run. And if you don't need to run, you don't need PAC money. You don't need donations. You don't need any of that. To combat that on the elected side of things, Michigan is different than if you're like running for mayor. You could have when Mayor Coleman Young of the city of Detroit, when he retired, he had like, I remember because I was a younger man, it was like 1-point-something million in his campaign chest. Judges don't have campaign chests. Like we can collect money, we can do fundraisers during only the election cycle for that few months of time. At the end of that election cycle, we have to either give the money back to whoever gave it to us. If we have anything left over, you paid for your signs, you paid for your literature, whatever it is, somebody to go door knocking, whatever it is you wanted to spend your money on, you have to give it all back. And if you can't ascertain who that is, then you basically give that to the State Bar of Michigan. So there's no war chest.
Did you hear that? So if you have contributors, let me point out how this works. Because if you have contributors named and unnamed, what you do is you take all the donations that were named as appropriations. That way, if you have something left over and they're anonymous, you don't know who gave them. So guess what? It goes to the bar's chest. Quite a little rig, isn't it?
And you might find that those commissioners are those top dogs in those bar associations.
Absolutely. What's his name was speaking about this with the CAFR accounts. I can't remember his name off the top of my head again. Dick Gardell or something. I can't remember. I'll remember it one day. It's a brain fart. I need to smoke another bowl. But basically, the CAFR accounts is what they're using for their own emoluments and stuff, because they get a portion of that through their IPers and things like that as performing, because they can only let that money sit in the books for so long before it has to be refunded somewhere. Now, technically, if the people knew what they were doing with these T ledgers, they would collect all of that back themselves through the credit system under the statistical record. That statistical record is where everything is first funded, and you have a credit side and a debit side, and they're running that debit side, but on that debit side, they have their own T ledger of debits and credits. So they're keeping this side of the double set of books correct for them. But then there's your side, and that's the part that needs to be debited. There's credits there, and you have to merge those records to show that the debits come from the original funding, and that when those debits are taken out, the original funding has that excess. That's the abandonment. is all that excess from the original funding through the enumeration of birth. It's funded, and it's done through a burial trust to bury you when you pass on, when you die, when they get that death certificate that matches the birth certificate. Now they can collapse the trust and bury you. But if in the meantime you catch on and you can collapse that trust yourself as the settler and create your own wealth system and have your own shit buried on your own land, and this is why they have the Homestead Act still in play, because if you do have land and you have it set up privately like you're supposed to, and you have your own burial plots on your land, ain't nobody gonna want to buy that land. Ew, that's just creepy. It's got its own little cemetery on their land. We don't want to buy that.
How do you go
Ask
about doing
people.
that?
You have to correct that land deed, that land patent process. You got to remove all title from the land. Again, one title is 1/10 of the law. Possession is 9/10, right? So Leviticus 25 verse 23 says the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine. So whose land is it? And we were given dominion of the land and all that is above and all that is below. That's that resurrection. We're supposed to be able to perform that ritual of resurrection on the land that we are in possession of, that we redeem. We redeem the land and our brothers. Go ahead, JG.
Yeah, but they want the dominionism.
Yeah, and that's what they use is eminent domain.
Yeah.
For the public good. Sorry, this isn't for the public. This is private. Says ye shall pray in private. I'm not supposed to pray in front of you. Now, if you want to come and join me in the closet and pray in private, we can do that together. But we would have to have a matching sovereignty and be praying to the same God. Do you know my Father which art in heaven? I mean, I believe we're all a spit and image and likeness. So if you see me and you don't see your Father in heaven, then you don't know my Father in heaven. And that tells me you don't know me. Does that make sense? I don't see any one of you as a chimpanzee. I don't see any one of you as a snake. I don't see any one of you as a gorilla, a rhinoceros, an elephant, a lion, a cute little cuddly kitten, a butterfly. I see you as an image and likeness of myself, both male and female. Created he them, and he called their name Adam, all the way down to each atom.
You know what's funny? I'm gonna sound like a boomer here. Go watch sea lion. Go watch a squirrel. Go watch a bird, and see how they live. Right? What do? They eat. They drink. They sleep. They play around. Now, what the fuck should we be doing?
Same thing.
Enjoying life.
Yeah, he tells us we have one chore in this life. One chore. We have one duty as far as the commandment, and that's to love thy neighbor as thyself. Of course, love thy God, too, actually. But one chore in life is to tend the earth. We're stewards of the earth and everything that it has in it. That's our dominion. And when we start losing our instincts and intuitions to do that thing, which is natural, we become slavery and servitude bondedness of paperwork. Paperwork. Pa-per-work. P-A-P-E-R work. Pa-per-work. That's the patronymical fiction that puts out this fiat currency known as commercial paper. That's a false father.
So there is no, I mean, and that's how they try to combat that, because the whole point is, well, hey, I see this guy is giving money to them so they can get the good hookup on any of their cases. but at the same time, I guess some people would say, well, you're elected, so you're constantly thinking about who votes for you and how you're going to rule, against them. But see, the thing is, again, it's all about fairness. If you're not doing what's fair, you're not going to get elected at all. You're going to get tossed out anyway, or you should get tossed out anyway, because the police are doing their job. You have to work with the police. So if they're doing their job, and
let me remind you again, it's about being fair. Well, if it's about being fair and a traffic citation is an unarrestable offense, then what the fuck are these people on these benches doing when they have people in cuffs for fucking traffic violations? For contracts that aren't even viable. They are not valid. You are not, in fact, a United States citizen. It cannot happen. There is no such evidence other than hearsay, and the one that's putting that hearsay out there is yourself. When you learn that there is no birth registration in the United States, and that the United States is actually known as the debtor, and that the United States is located within Washington, D.C., and that means it's nothing but the record. How are you born in a record?
I was conversing with the chief of police at the University Hospital in upstate New York yesterday morning. We had a conversation for about an hour, and that actually come up in that conversation because we were talking about, filming and different things and, just all kinds of stuff. And I brought that up because he kept going back around why they need to have these powers and all of this. And I kept, just circling him right back around to neutral and showing him. And then I said, I said to him, I showed him that about the ABA, that it's a decentralized system and there is no birth registry. So I said, now, is that persons you guys have on your paperwork, is that your persons, that U.S. citizen as a resident, but it's being used improperly? And he was like, interesting question. So he said, and then, before we got off of there, he said, you mind if I got any questions? Because he took down a bunch of the shit that I was spitting off to him. And he said, if I got any questions about any of this, I give you a call. And I'm like, no, call me anytime.
Absolutely. And that's what we need to. We need to start educating these people.
Absolutely. And, he did.
I used to be a belligerent combatant. I'd say, fuck you. I can't do that anymore. If I want to impose my own ability and my own authority, I have to be, like Judge Slaven says here, I have to be able to teach.
Lead by example.
The true benefit.
They're arresting people for something, and you're just going to let them go because you're like, hey, this guy's going to vote for me. I'll just let him go. I mean, you can't do that. And so, I mean, I guess some people might think about it, I guess. I can't speak for every other judge.
And again, being a contract situation, they're not supposed to arrest you at all. There's supposed to be a grand jury indictment based upon firsthand witness testimonials. An officer anywhere for anything is not supposed to arrest you without a warrant. How can we tell this? I've said it many times. It's in LIIWEC's personal jurisdiction. In order for the court to obtain personal jurisdiction, the plaintiff must first serve the defendant in the state in which the court sits, and the defendant needs to voluntarily appear. And this is because of Federal Rule of Civil Procedures 4, when they have to send you a summons through diplomatic channels of notice, which means they have to communicate with the United States court to see if you are a valid plaintiff or defendant having capacity of a public officer under Rule 17 of Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. If you're not of that capacity, then you are not qualified to appear in court. With that summons, they're supposed to give you a waiver of personal jurisdiction if that's the case, so you can volunteer. If that doesn't happen, the court doesn't obtain personal jurisdiction.
Wonder, Keith, if, because you obviously the AO 430. So actually, what I said to that gentleman up there was actually, would that U.S. citizen and that person's be that Americans in commerce?
Correct.
So what if you think it's possible that AO 430 that we could pull these guys into that? If we did, would that be an access for the American people, you think?
Well, yeah,
to go down there and say, say the electric company or whoever, and bring those guys in there off of that AO 430?
Absolutely. See, the courts do not give you remedy at statutory or executive order because it's contract. So the courts at the state levels are administrative courts, and they operate in rem. In other words, the thing. The federal courts operate in personam. In personam is where equity operates. Equity acts in personam. So the only way to access equity, according to the way these contracts are written, is through the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is your common law access to equity in personam. Your state courts are saying that there's already a contract and you've given up equity because you didn't bring equity. You brought a contract and signed it without knowing. That's as simple as it gets. You never really gave them. Yes, it is, Judge Slaven. It is. Dick, come on up. The way this system is set up is there's supposed to be a judicial determination for residency. No federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. No person shall reside within the zone except federal, state, or municipal officers or agents whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board. Again, that's Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 17. It says plaintiff, defendant, capacity, public officer. You have to be a public officer. It has to be deemed necessary. If it's not, then they're supposed to send you a notice of a summons to appear, and they're supposed to give you a waiver of personal jurisdiction so that you can voluntarily appear. Otherwise, you're not qualified because you do not have a board of directors to hire an attorney in a corporate fashion. Go ahead.
With that clerk being a judicial officer, wouldn't that be federal? And the administrator would be state, wouldn't it?
Yep. The administrator is acting as a state clerk, and they are co-trustees in a Sedequate trust. And the federal clerk is the chief clerk. He is commissioned by the county commissioner.
For me, it doesn't matter. For me, it's all about the Constitution. It's all about doing right by what you said you were going to do, regardless of if you don't like it. Hey, sorry. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but go somewhere else. Don't watch. I don't know. I tell people a lot.
And notice in the first video, he was talking about trust, and then now he's working under Constitution, so it's different. And the Constitution is according to his opinion. That's not the way it works, folks. The Constitution is very succinct, and they've already had case laws on on every last one of those, the Bill of Rights and the amendments. They've had case law on every last one of them, and the case law is already set and discerned. And if there's any problem with it, it's only because there's some kind of variance, and therefore it doesn't apply to your particular case. This is why, again, that Constitution being a insurance underwriting of the original trust documents at the international level. And again, that's the Global Postal Trust Services, period. You cannot avoid it. And all these constitutional scholars running around talking about the United States Constitution and not once mentioning its mother documents, it just makes me laugh.
What? Like, if you don't like the law?
And again, I'll remind you that Constitution of the the Universal Postal Union, that's granting all of those nations a postal monopoly, not a banking monopoly, a postal monopoly. Then the banking depends on the postal monopoly, because that postal monopoly is everything posted to the accounts and the integrity of that posting, whether it's true and valid. And I'm telling you, it's not. It's all based on United States citizenship and volunteering that you are a United States citizen, when that is an impossibility. Go ahead.
And that accounting is the record.
Yep. That's all it is. It's the record.
Talk to your legislator. I'll give you his number. Here you go. Here's his website. Send him a letter, write him a letter, tell him, say, hey, can we get this law changed on, landlord tenant cases or whatever the case may be? Because I can't do anything about it. All I can do is follow the law. So if it comes down in your favor, good for you. If it doesn't come down in your favor, I'm going to explain to you why it didn't. And other than that,
yeah, it's not. See, he's placating here that it's not him that's putting it in your favor or not, when he already said it's his discretion on the Constitution. You can't do that, folks. That's like Romans 13. There is no power but that which is ordained by God, period.
You lose. So it just is what it is. So I guess there could be a tendency to, but then again, on the appointed level, I mean, if a president, elects you, or I mean, strike that. If they appoint you to your position, I mean, watch the Supreme Court. How many times, did Sandra Day O'Connor go against something that, Reagan or Bush or those kind of would like? Now, that's who appointed you. So you're like, well, they're going to automatically vote for Trump, or they're going to go come on down in this case, the same side. Maybe not. You don't know. And that's the whole point. It's just having that autonomy. I guess that the higher you go, I mean, Supreme Court, there's a lot of eyes watching, smaller places. That's why I enjoy that you do what you do, because Benjamin Franklin was asked, sir, what sort of form of government did you give us? A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. If you can keep it. And this is what they're doing. They're denying you the republic. What is a republic, folks? A republic is the ability to stand on the ground as people that delegate their authority to the government. What is a greater stance of self-governance than that? Certainly not a democracy, where it placates that at least 51% of the people have to have a vote in a positive, when that positive could actually be a negative. Did you know that they legislated straws, plastic straws, and paper wraps? And at least 51% of the people voted to go ahead and replace them with something different, like paper straws in plastic wraps. And not one of them piped up about the bigger issue, which is the plastic cup and the plastic lid that you stick that straw in. How pathetic is a democracy? you don't watch, if you don't pay attention, I mean, what do you think they made C-SPAN? People are like, oh my gosh, if I need to fall asleep, I turn C-SPAN on. Yes, I get it. But at the same time, you should be able to watch. You should be able to watch what your government does, because this isn't the government for the government. This is the people.
You should be able to watch what your government does. Then why are we still having an issue with First Amendment audits? Why is there still that issue that you can't watch the government officials? All of these people know it, yet they get butthurt. They don't want their privacy ruined. Sorry, if you're in public office, then you give up that right of privacy. You have to create that privacy in your public realm. This is why I say when you're traveling down the road in that nice car and it's got all them nice clear windows where everybody can see you in the broad daylight, they're violating your right to be private by using, well, I saw it. And then they say you can't tint your windows. What about these new cars that are coming out? Tesla. If Tesla puts out a car that is automatic and drives on its own and has all these sensors and cameras, then why do you need a windshield in it? Can't you just set it to autopilot? Wouldn't that be the ability to maintain privacy? Well, no. What they use is the fact that you can still drive them autonomously yourself by not using autopilot, and that is still a reason to have a windshield now. Just put the damn thing. If it's really if it's really such a great technology, then just put it on autopilot and don't put any fucking windows in it. How are they going to be able to tell who's in that car? Go ahead, brother.
I'm still waiting for the flying cars they promised us.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, absolutely. The Jetsons. Where are those? Where are they at?
A company actually just came out with the first one about 6-7 months ago. It's a car, and it has the wings that will come out and take off and fly, and then you land it.
Yeah, I have to check into that. I always find those unique.
You gotta kill Palestinians to get that car. Just to be able to afford that, you're gonna have to kill Palestinians.
By the people, for the people. And you got to pay attention. So yeah, I guess it can go both ways, but it has different reasons for why they would do whatever they would do, whether it's somebody appointed me, so I'm going to rule in his favor, or I'm going to try to help this person out because they're going to be voting for me. Listen, if you think one vote's going to help you, yeah, it's what are you going to do? Have the Bureau of Elections list of every voter and be like, hang on a second, all right, I got that Colin, let me check. He's not a registered voter, I could care less. Did
you catch that? Registered voters. See, that's their jury pool. You got to be a registered voter. These are requirements, and this last failure to appear for jury duty, I got it dismissed, and they were trying. The gal on the bench was trying to tell me, no, they changed that. No, they didn't. This is a requirement for the Trading with the Enemies Act. They got to have that ID, and they got to have that registered voter. You can't be dealing with people in your jury pools that aren't registered voters, because that proves that you're not a jury of like kinds. You're not part of the presidency going through a residency in order to be a president. Because y'all can be a president someday, but first you got to be a resident.
So also something to think about too is under that SS-16, once you are no longer a registered voter, do they have any jurisdiction over you at that point?
Well, that's that vital statistics jurisdiction, the Health and Human
Services.
Service.
As far as them guys locally, they wouldn't have zero. They'd have zero jurisdiction.
Well, no, it placates that as long as the information is in the system, anybody that has access through some kind of device, it's an access device, they get to get that money, property, labor, or services on credit. The credit is in the record. Again, just like anything else, it's not outside of the electronic record where anything is noted as credit. You've got a credit card, and you enter it into an electronic system. You don't write a check off of a credit card and then issue the check. You enter it into an electronic system. The check itself, being paper, commercial paper, is known as money or cash or asset or collateral, something like that. Credit, that's an intangible.
Income.
If there's a judge that's doing that, buddy, there's not enough time in the day to do everything else we got to do. God bless you if you got that much time, I guess. I don't know. So maybe get that guy some more cases.
That's good. Before I ask the next question, I do want to let you know that us YouTubers and the court watching community refer to ourselves as the LawTube community when we're watching YouTube. So just a heads up, if I say LawTube a few times, you know what I'm talking about.
No, that's cool. That's very cool.
Going into the next question, do other judges feel the way you do about YouTube and people like me putting videos of court on YouTube?
You know, it hasn't really come up. I mean, like in any of the, not that I've had Zoom. We've had Zoom discussions, you know, like Zoom horror stories and things like that. I mean, it's just like Zoom. It's great. I love the fact that people can have access to justice that quick. But if you're going to have your cake, you're going to have the crumbs too. Because every time you have a piece of cake, well, you might have some crumbs on your shirt that you're going to have to clean that up. So there's always a little something. There's always ramifications for everything. So, you know, sometimes I'm going to have to be like, sir, I can't. And so then here I am, you know, trying to like basically Zoom babysit. Like I'm trying to figure out, like, listen, the very first thing on the app, it says, what's your name? What name do you want to show? And you nope, iPhone, Samsung X J5U. I'm like, dude, just put your name in. Or like, don't like come up with like, you know, Colin the Dragon Master. I'm like, are you Colin Crowell? Is it Crowell?
It's Crow.
Crow? Okay.
Crow is the phonetic pronunciation.
So I'm like, are you Colin Crowell? No, yeah, okay, well, it must be a different.
I'm Colin the Dragon.
Yeah. I literally will be like, Mr. Dragon Master. I mean, like I'll just because I don't know what else to call you. Like so we have to adapt and pivot a little bit, and some of it can be very frustrating, especially when, like, look, something that should take 15 seconds. It's a quick plea. You're just coming in. It's a civil infraction on a ticket for double parking. Shouldn't take that long just to get that done. But I get it. I get it. And I'm glad that people can come to court. But then it also makes people impatient now. So now everyone is so at the fingertips. Like people don't remember anything anymore, like phone numbers and things like that. Why? Because you just program it in. You just say, call this guy. And you don't have to remember heck, when you were out and about and you're on your bike and you're like riding around, if something happened, you're like, oh man, I gotta call my mom. I need the 20 cents. And you got to remember your phone call. You gotta remember your phone numbers. You can call home. Hey mom, can you come back? I mean, so now you don't need to remember anything. And if you just want to like, hey.
He's making a very valid point here too, guys. Understand that this new technology, it's though I get on people about the remembering thing, there are things you should remember. You should remember things. It is a good education to remember certain things, but the things they're teaching you to remember are not in the format that you should remember them in or should have been taught to know them in, so that you could remember them and discern the differences from a national address format and something foreign. So it's really a matter of making sure that you don't let these devices take over the knowledge aspect. And again, I'll remind you that AI has to have a manual input. It cannot operate without a manual input. Yeah, they have self-replicating machines, but what's the machine going to do? Except sit there and try to self-replicate it until it can't replicate itself anymore because it can't make the parts. It's got to have the parts already made from something else. So if they really think that the AI is going to take over, they would have to be able to program an AI machine to make every part on its own and replicate that part repetitively throughout the end of time until it destroys every material, mineral, substance on Earth. And that's an impossibility. Okay, she didn't understand that. That's an impossibility. Man can't even do that. Man's failing at self-replication. Don't you get it?
Hey, Google, what's the largest mammal in the world? The largest mammal in the world, the blue whale, approximately 200 tons. I mean, you're told everything you need to know right now. But if I wanted to know, I had to go to the library and look it up and whatnot, and do a decimal system, figure things out. Where do you even look these things up? So nobody has that skill anymore. So when it comes to the law tube, there hasn't been like a real, like I haven't sat around and talked with other judges about their feelings about it, because it's only becoming more and more prevalent because of the COVID stuff. Because it was because of the public nature of things that we started to like broadcast cases, because you couldn't come in person, but the public has the right to see the proceedings. So that's where the whole I don't have to live stream. Okay, the state of Michigan doesn't require that we do. The courts that do, they do it because they choose to do it. So I have.
And while they don't have to live stream, they do have to record both audio and video in every courtroom. They do have to record audio and video, and this is called a master file.
No problem with it, because you know what? I hope that somebody's watching and they go, oh, okay, well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Let's go. And they get some information, you know. I like it because someone's watching. Like me, listen, I do my job. If anybody wants to challenge how well I can do my job, I'm with it. But there's a lot of judges who just aren't that good. And yeah. But like there's a reason why I was doing all the landlord-tenant cases. I do 80% of all the landlord-tenant cases here. Why? Because I actually know how to do landlord-tenant cases. I didn't have to no, I mean, so if somebody wants to vote for somebody or against somebody, they were like, why would I vote for this lady? She doesn't even know how to do the cases. Like, that's literally her job, and you don't even know anything about it. So why would I vote for that person to do that, to do something that they don't even know how to do?
Made a very valid point there too. If you don't know the procedure and capacity under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 4 and Rule 17, and the fact that there's an enjoinder already inherent with the United States under Rule 19, then you're screwed when you come up against somebody like me, because I'm going to use all three of those and rule number 803 against you. Exceptions to the rule of hearsay. As the exceptions to the rule of hearsay, the document that my mom entered claiming there's a United States citizenship is hearsay, but it is an exception. Hallelujah. Thank God for ancient scriptures, which is also an exception to the rule of hearsay, because that document proves that I did come into this world and that there was a certain process that it was supposed to follow, and it did not.
So you know what? I say yes. I think they should all be on YouTube, so everybody can watch and be like, oh, this one's horrible. She doesn't know anything.
As it was volunteered by Mom in creation of that United States citizenship, and the state took it as being deemed necessary by the board as a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent on day one, when that child, that infant, is incompetent and couldn't possibly have made that decision for himself. Another impossibility.
And also, if any of the other judges want to learn a thing or two, they want to welcome to tune in and watch.
So in your free time, do you watch other court channels or other law tubers?
And you can believe I'm going to be tuning in. I'm going to be watching this Slaven guy. I'm all on him.
Oh, absolutely. I watch a lot of it. Yep.
I remember you responding to because about the Uber helicopter ride. I had to make sure. I had to double check.
That was me. That was me.
It was funny.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, and you got to be careful, because as long as I'm not making, like, you know, if somebody wants to, as long as like a case is done, or it's like something like that, where it has no bearing on like who wins or anything like that, and it's not an ongoing case, because I can't obviously comment on an ongoing case. I never.
That's where he's wrong, and he's bullshitting, because these people will draw these cases out as long as possible, so that everybody that's involved in dealing with that case is going to make money on it. And the longer they can draw it out, the more money they'll make. And they're doing it off of the estate of the defendant. None of them is putting up their own estate. Guarantee you that.
Or would, but you know, it's funny because there's when we talked about that and the helicopter Uber, there just recently was, where did I see this? A drone, because I also like to keep up on like science news and things like that. A drone, like a one-man drone, where basically it's basically like a little.
And before I dismiss that comment, kick out the repairman, I wanted to address that as conviction. If you go in there already convicted under the Word of God, what do you suppose they're going to use to convict against you? See, that's part of their problem, is they have all these people going in there not knowing this stuff. Like he said earlier in the first video, not knowing and all confused and things going too fast and not being trained in it. And that's because they weren't trained and convicted in the spiritual sense. They were put into a public education system at the age of 5 before they could develop their spiritual talents. So it disrupted that beginning, and that's not just the beginning there. It's going into the hospital and having that umbilical cord cut, not letting that pulse continue on for, say, a half hour, 45 minutes until it's done pulsing out all the amniotic fluids into the baby. Those are inherent things that we're supposed to have in nature. And they're destroying it right from the start, both in the physical sense as immunities and in the spiritual sense as it goes to the intellect and how it works in coordination with the heart. I am convicted.
Mini droney helicopter-y thing that you can just jump into and like, boom, take it to work. And I'm like, all right.
I remember a few years ago reading a story about a guy who had a one-man gyroscope type thing. Yeah. And he was flying around Washington, D.C. and actually crash landed on the White House lawn. Now, that's ballsy. I don't know why you'd want to be flying around the D.C. area.
Yeah, just, you know what? Yeah, you're going to get shot down by some F-18. I mean, F-18 Hornets. Yeah. That's trust, though. That's trust. Because if you don't trust that machine, you're going to put yourself 100 feet up in the air, 200 feet up in the air.
So you got to trust the machine, but it tells us to not trust the man. You see the problem? We're trusting in technology. We're trusting in knowledge that we're not supposed to be dealing with. Granted, you can have faith that you maintain such a technology so that it's to your benefit. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to do that. They want to take it to a mechanic and have the mechanic do it because they don't know about the mechanic stuff themselves. They want to hire a lawyer because they don't know the legal stuff themselves. See the problem? It exists in both realms. It exists in all the other realms that we deal with in our daily lives. Agriculture as well. Why do you not farm? Why do you not grow your own gardens? Because you have faith in somebody else will do it for you. Do you really want to continue on with that faith as we come into this, or as we've been into this industrialized farming for over 5 centuries or 5 decades now? See, industrialized farming started in the 1970s when the farm mortgage thing collapsed. See, there was farm mortgage collapse before we had this real estate collapse with Enron and all that stuff. And then we have another collapse coming up that they're talking about, the Great Reset and all this. Something extravagant and amazing is going to happen. Catastrophic in 2024 or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I can go out there and do what I need to as a natural, spiritual, living being. But so long as you're enslaved in that dependency of having that ID so you can show it to somebody else so you can get the money, property, labor, or services by signing a document or shoving a little plastic card into an electronic device, then that's on you. You're the one that's not learning and going above and beyond what the public education indoctrinated you into. You remain in your cognitive dissonance.
300 feet up in the air. Buddy, you better have a parachute or have some kind of like one of those flying squirrel suits, something that you can just get out there and Rocky that Bullwinkle that stuff. I'll just take my robe with me at least and try to like grab some air. Anything.
You can turn your robe into a cape.
No, for sure. Or at least one of those flying suits if we got a big, but no, it's so yeah, I do check out a lot of just YouTube stuff because like I said, I
and for Witness's comment there, when I was talking about the ancient documents. That's the scripture, and the scripture says, Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. And all of those laws that they tell you you're supposed to follow are organized under the laws of the United States. It's all hearsay. Every last bit of it is hearsay. Even the scriptures are hearsay. So what has more weight? What has more value? Where did the United States get its value system, if not give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give unto the Father what belongs to the Father? For there is but one Father which art in heaven. And if you're going to give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, you're calling Caesar an earthly king, and you're not supposed to put your faith or trust in any earthly king. You're supposed to give him back that which he thinks he owns, and that is merely his image and likeness. You take that goddamn coin and you melt it down. Oops, there went Caesar. It must have gone back to the king. Look, he looks just like a king, as always.
I tutor people for the bar exam, and my daughter said, "Hey, why don't you just put all your lectures on YouTube?" And I'm like, "For free? Like, why?" I'm like, "You realize I get paid, She's like, "No, I get that, but if there's one student who you tutor, okay. But what if there's like 10,000 people who want to watch it? Every time someone watches it, then you can get money from YouTube." And I'm like, So that kind of got me interested in just checking things out, like what's out there. And yeah, there are some people who I guess not tutor, but they talk about whatever. And I was like
whatever. See how he ends that? He really gives you no results in his comments. Listen to him babble. Listen through what he thinks is such an intellectual conversation. Greetings, Dick. How you doing today, brother? Good to have you up.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm enjoying the stream. It's a productive presentation here, and I think you're hitting some key points. I mean, the technology becoming the authority, it's quickly becoming the line of demarcation. The wheat from the chaff, where you can see there's many just swaying to this tide of influence, and then there's others that are questioning and saying, is that really the authority that I want to give myself over to? And
absolutely,
yeah, it's becoming clearer and clearer what's going on here.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions that many people miss in their life is that last one you said there. What am I giving my life? What authority am I giving my life over to? Many people don't ask that question because we've been indoctrinated in this public education system so early in life that we don't question it. We don't come up with that question. We just cry and complain about it, and then go seek a resolution with that very same authority. That is just so fucking not productive in my eyes. It's, well, we investigated ourselves and found out we did exactly what we said we were supposed to.
Yeah. Well, it's an authority that's designed to deceive you as well. I mean, if you're going to ask it anything, because everybody's asking Google and Alexa and ChatGPT all these questions, ask it if it's bias. It'll tell you outright it's bias.
Absolutely.
It's got its own, intention behind it by its programmers. Why would you want to give yourself over to something that's hidden behind a veil?
Well, and what is greater evidence and proof of a bias other than the fact that the United Nations, under their Universal Postal Union Constitution and protocols, grants a postal monopoly to each nation, and that monopoly literally means bias. It's synonymous. You get to bias your value system. And it clearly shows that the United States is the leading dollar value system. That's their bias. But all the other 193 nations had their own biases. Each one of them is a bias system. Great point.
oh my God, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm like, that's horrible. Like my lectures, when I would teach, and the class I would teach that I teach at the law school was the Michigan bar prep class. So basically every week we're going to go through everything you need to know about criminal law, everything you need to know about criminal procedure, everything you need to know about, constitutional law. And I would have students come up to me afterwards and go, I just learned more about constitutional law in the last hour and a half than I did with an entire semester with Professor so-and-so. And I'm like,
See his ego? That's that narcissism. Because if you think this guy can teach you more about the Constitution than anybody else has done in their lifetime in 1.5 hours or something, that is a fucking egotistical remark. He is placating to himself as if though he knows his shit. I guarantee you, I'd tear this guy up in front of the Supreme Court. No problem. This guy he's showing so much bias in his language, it is pathetic. And again, remember, listen to how he ends a lot of his statements, or this or that, or this thing or something, and with no real effect of what he started out saying to begin with. No point made.
well, I can't comment about Professor so-and-so, but they're like, can you teach all the first year classes? I'm like, hey, you know what? If somebody asked me to, I would. I mean, we're gonna have to talk about, how that gets monetized. But yeah, sure. I got no problem with it. I like it. Because you got to make it interesting. You got to make it like,
I got to think about how that would be monetized when he just got done talking about a situation where his daughter recommended that he go to YouTube and monetize. You see how he contradicts himself as well? These people are too easy. Again, unlearn what they taught you to remember. Learn concise English and its construction, and realize that the English language is merely an adoption of multiple other languages. And that tells you have to go back to the beginnings. In beginning was the Word was with God, and Word was God. And before he formed you in the belly, he knew you, and he wrote his word on your heart with the right index finger of his right hand. That is the sanctimonious ordination that you are born with. And when you take your first breath, you become a living soul to enact that. And every act is an act of God. Full circle. You don't need their language.
boil it down into like terms that make sense and explain like what's going on. And sometimes there's like little catchy things that you can do, about like how to remember things. But yeah, so what you do gives people a chance to look at, one, they're watching their government, because you got to pay attention, people. You got to pay attention. These are elected individuals all across the different states. Some are appointed, some are not. You got to be watching. And even if they're not, you can impeach. You can move to impeach people if you're not doing their job right. Two, you can learn something. You can actually learn a little something just for your own sake. Like, hey, some of it's common sense. Hey, don't speed, and you won't get a speeding ticket. Oh, what? No, that's how that works. Yeah, pretty much. Wear your seatbelt. You won't get a seatbelt ticket. Hey, there you go. If you don't think you like seatbelt tickets and you want to be like, I don't think so, we're not doing it. Then, all right, hey, you know what? Then don't wear your seatbelt, man. Protest it all you want, but you might want to call your legislator.
Protest it all you want. That's the wrong term. Again, he's inciting people because of his biased language, because that's what he would do. He would protest it. He doesn't know the constitutional language and how it's supposed to be used. Otherwise, he would be using it, and he would say, well, then petition your government for redress.
And say, hey, I don't want to wear a seatbelt, bro. So if you want to make it some other, like maybe the insurance is different or whatever. But and actually they do. The statute is, if you're not wearing your seatbelt in Michigan, you automatically there's an automatic deduction of 15% of like what you can claim in damages.
And yes, Danielle, you can impeach a judge, but you don't do it by protesting. You do it by petitioning the government for redress.
Why? Because you weren't wearing a seatbelt. So that seatbelt kind of like equates to 15% of damages, whatever. So legislatures can do that kind of stuff. Right, and that's just it. So maybe you're watching a case and the person's like, well, I got damages for this. He hit me. I go, were you wearing your seatbelt? No. Oh, okay. Well, now that's going to change things. So maybe somebody hears that and they're like, oh, you know what? I really don't like wearing a seatbelt, but if I get injured and it wasn't my fault, to know that my damages might get reduced because I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. You know what? Maybe I'll put it on just for that fact.
See, and that's a pre-written contract. And again, it has to do with the insurance and its underwriting. And I'm telling you once again, you do not need insurance, and you are not required insurance particularly if you ask these insurance companies about a traveler's security bond. It is not insurance. It is a bond a traveler can issue himself and do his own overwriting. He can construct that contract himself. This is the importance of learning contract law so you can construct those bonds yourself. But you don't need to do it in their terms. The bond is already there. He who hateth suretyship is sure. You don't need even a surety bond. You need a peace agreement. Goodness gracious. That peace agreement's already there too. It's called the Lord's Prayer.
Okay, whatever. So I like that you guys bring it to the forefront. What's going on in courts? What are some of the talking points in courts? What things are actually misnomers, like the sovereign citizen type stuff?
I was just about to start asking about that.
Listen, but see, here's the thing, because I have studied every single thing there is about any of that. Why? Because
I've studied every single thing there is about any of that. I guarantee you he hasn't read the Office of Inspector General of HUD's response to what a sovereign citizen is, where he claims people that recite biblical scripture is a sovereign citizen, wherein sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. And this is the Office of Inspector General that put that out there. It says anybody that uses constitutional law, statutes, UCC, sovereign citizens. So the people in government that are using the UCC and constitutional law, the Office of Inspector General placates or states that those people would be the ones that would be sovereign citizens, right? Aren't they the ones that wrote the Constitution? Aren't they the ones that wrote the UCC? So they would be the sovereign citizens. These people are nothing but babblers.
Yeah, he's that smug, pretentious, bias, supposed authority too, where he's coming at it from I know everything. I'm the authority on this because I've studied everything. So my discernment on it, my view, gives me the right to impose all my views on you. And if you don't wear your seatbelt, then that's going to change everything. It's just like, fucking moron. What a clown.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying about these constitutional scholars too. They want to talk about the Constitution, but they never mention the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, which is the parent document. It's just stupid.
I had somebody who sued my client, and they sued my client, and we filed a response brief and etc. and a counterclaim. And part of the counterclaim was that individual had given my client a venereal disease in violation of Michigan Health Code. So I brought that claim. He basically tried to complain and say, "Oh, you're defaming me." So then he filed another suit for defamation. And I had to basically file a motion for summary disposition, which is basically, look, you're stating something that you can't even win on. It's like there is no legal recourse for you here because I have to plead that. In order for me to make a case, I have to say the words. I got to say what happened. And part of
See how they trap you into that contract law of statutes? Those statutes are equitable, but they are not equity. So again, the only way to get equity is to dismiss the contract for its validity. It does not apply. How does it not apply? 48 CFR 52.212-5, contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders - commercial items, commercial services. So in order for the common man, the way that's written, the way that the common man gets involved in a contract, and understand that's under the federal acquisitions regulations, is that he is going to be involved in the contract to give up the property, the rights, titles, and interests to property by signing a document without properly qualifying it. So again, it's very important to learn what the contracts are and how to use them.
what we're alleging is you have a venereal disease. You slept with her. You didn't tell her. Ta-da! That's why we're here. And so,
Ta-da! You broke a contract. That contract doesn't apply.
you're telling people I have a venereal disease. Oh, that's defamation per se. And I'm like, but it's not, because I have absolute immunity while I'm pleading.
Absolute immunity. They do not have absolute immunity. Where these fuckers get that idea, I don't know. They have government immunity. And there are equal immunities known as foreign sovereign immunities. Not sovereign citizens and absolute immunity, you dumb fucks. I would tear this motherfucker up on any stand.
Because I have to. It's just like legislatures, the Congress. When
No, you don't have to. You just stated earlier it's a constitution in your opinion. But when it comes to statutes, you have to? No, it's not. Don't sit here and play these games. Again, that statute is a contract. You are operating a constitutional as an insurance underwriting of a trust.
talking on the floor, debating a bill, they have immunity from what they say, because you got to be able to talk. We're going to talk about everything. We're going to bring out anything and everything that's there to talk about. Why? Because you want that kind of discussion. You want to make sure that they didn't leave anything behind, that no stone was left. They made sure they got everything.
And that is why I'm telling you folks, again, you're not supposed to be a belligerent combatant. You're supposed to understand this stuff so you can shove that qualified immunity down their throat. Say, listen, I understand you have qualified immunity, and they're going to sit there and shake their head. Yes, I do. Great, because in contract law, if you want to implement those statutes and everything, that would be equal consideration. So under that equal consideration, I accept that you have qualified immunity, so long as it's understood that I have equal consideration of the foreign sovereign immunities as we move forward through these negotiations, so that nobody is held liable in any court. Is that understood, you ignorant fuck? And of course, I wouldn't say it that way, but that's the way I think.
And cranny of what could possibly happen. So it's just when these people come up with this stuff, part of his request was for, how many was it? 16 million doubloons, Spanish doubloons. And under the Queen.
Notice he mentioned the species, Spanish doubloons. And notice he's talking about the royal houses again, the parliamentary union.
His law of 16 something or other. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But the problem is sometimes such things are not correct, but used to be. And sometimes the things are taken just slightly twisted out of context, like the right to travel. I'm like, oh my God, you have a right to travel, yes, but you can't use the little gyroscope thing and land on the White House, because you can't do that. You need a permit. You're gonna need a license for like airplanes. Why? I don't know. Airplanes can fall out of the sky.
The air, as it goes to aircraft and everything, that's under the Department of Transportation, in case you didn't understand that. The inland waters, that's under the Department of Transportation, in case you didn't understand that. And it's all relative to the law of the seas, which is marine insurance.
Kill people. Cars can kill people. How many people die from cars? So you know what? At a minimum, it's the government's responsibility as a whole. And we've all given a little piece of our freedom, a little piece of our liberty to the government to hold on to, not to take, but to hold on to watch for all of us. Like, hey, can you just go ahead and monitor like who knows how to drive and who's good? Because I don't want to be driving next to the guy who's clueless and doesn't have a clue.
And what he just talked about there is the state ownership of property, and that's property held in abeyance. It's a military term, and it is a military government, and they're holding property by that claim of state ownership in abeyance until a rightful claimant comes forth with a valid claim. Now, that rightful claimant is the one that's going to come forth and say, hey, I made some mistakes. It's time to forgive and forget and move about our separate ways. That's that Lord's Prayer. Come in with a peace agreement. If you want equity, you must first come with equity. These guys are not equity. Therefore, you are the only one that can bring it, and you are the only one that can make a rightful claim. Again, you have to have knowledge first before you can do that. Ain't no one else going to teach you. I can explain it to you. I cannot comprehend it for you.
Who's just gonna be like, I'm just gonna run into this guy. This is like bumper cars. We can do that. No, you can't do that. No, Carl. No, you can't do that. No, you can't just run me off the road because you needed to get over. Well, I really needed to get over. And he was in my way. So I figured, well, hey, he's here and I'm here. So no, you can't do that. We need someone to check that stuff. And you have a right to travel. You can walk anywhere you want to. There you go. Like I told one before, Forrest Gump yourself all across the country because you can. Go ahead. No one's stopping you. And I watch the videos for that too. I like to watch interactions between officers and people because sometimes people are going out there and they're poking the bear. They're intentionally poking the bear. Like, look at me. So I can get my YouTube minutes and whatnot. And I get
You muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
My apologies. Remember, folks, he's talking about the bear as if though they're the bear. They're not the bear. You are. You're the mama bear and papa bear, and that ain't fucking Goldilocks sleeping in your goddamn bed. Learn it.
that, and I get that, but it doesn't negate the fact that you still have a right to do whatever it is you're doing. If you're walking down the street and you have an AR on your back, you're carrying
Absolutely, Red.
And not illegal, it's open carry. Go ahead, but don't.
This guy is glad to perform in this interview. That's what I'm telling you. He's got a narcissistic ego that is just out of bounds. This guy, I hope he does start up a YouTube channel. I will tear him up.
Wonder when people start to watch and look, because they have the right to kind of say, hey, I pay my taxes. I'm calling the police because I don't know if this guy is legit or not. Now get it. 100 years ago, everybody carried. A lot of people carried. Why? Because that's what you do. So nobody thought anything of it. It's kind of like now, but back in the day, people with we'll say with any sort of physical abnormality, people will look. People are rude. People are rude, but they're also inherently just curious because it's just different from what they're used to. So it draws their curiosity. It's the same as gawkers when there's a car accident on the road. They're just, they want to look. I don't know what they're looking for. What are you looking for? Blood and guts? What is it you're looking for? And maybe I think a lot of it is they're trying to figure out what happened. Man, what just happened? I bet you that guy hit.
Yet they're trying to make everybody seem equal. And I'm telling you once again, you are not equal. You are created equally. But each one of us, through our development and our upbringing, create or come upon different talents due to our various different inherent abilities and likes and determinations.
That guy, because they're curious. They want like little detectives, like, check me out, I'm Sherlock Holmes. No, but that's why they look. So when people see something different or odd, they want to look. 100 years ago, they did the same thing. They're doing the same exact thing. Kids are mean. They say mean things to some other kids. They've been doing that 100 years. It hasn't changed. Mary Ingalls was getting it. Young Sheldon's getting it. I mean, it's the same thing. That's why they're classic storytelling things that people can all relate to. But when it comes to these stories that they tell, some of it used to be partially correct. And so that's why sometimes a little bit of truth or a little bit of knowledge can be dangerous, because then they take it and they're like, well, like, oh no, he's got a flag back here and it has a yellow fringe around it. Oh my gosh, that's the corporate United States. Blah, blah. Listen, dude.
You're muted again.
Yeah.
This guy is he's dedicated to justifying tyranny. It's
Exactly.
pathetic.
I was just remarking about this. Blah blah blah. Corporate flag and blah blah blah. Come on. He doesn't qualify what that corporate flag is, and he's going to try to tell you something different now, as if though what he's saying has validity. It is a corporate flag. It's known as an admiralty flag. Okay, admiralty. Who assigns a captain of a vessel? The admiral. He is making assignments, and he's wanting you to do the signing. This is just like a captain's mast.
Well, if I could really quick add on here, if he can convince people that this is a sound argument and it's logical, it's the same basis for what they will use to say, well, you can't have a home garden. You know, you
Yeah.
got to license a fucking tree because the branch might fall and kill somebody. I mean,
Absolutely.
your garden's got carbon emissions. You can't just do that unregulated. We got to have a license for that, and taxes, and yearly fees. So it's just the road to tyranny. I mean, it's the justification for every type of overreach into your life that you could ever imagine, including putting a Neuralink in your head.
Have to feed the bear.
Yep, and it's about that safety issue that I've been talking about. It's all about insurance, and that admiralty flag in that court is succinctly noticing you of maritime or marine insurance that has been brought on land. They have no jurisdiction.
Exactly.
It must be contracted, and it must be done so voluntarily.
No, there's not some sort of Illuminati type thing going on. Now, do I watch for that kind of stuff? Are there Black Ops type stuff that we don't know about it? I bet you there are.
See how he did that? Corporate flag, and then he went to Illuminati. As if though that's Illuminati information and it's not a corporate flag. The fuck it isn't. It is a corporate flag for Admiralty / maritime transactions, transfers, exchanges, trades, whatever. That's exactly what it's for. It's denoting that two people came to a meeting of the minds, and somehow now there's a dispute, and they have to intervene officially.
So people say, well, you think all the conspiracy theories are a bunch of hooey? For the most part-ish. But I also don't, I love my country, but fear my government. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. You try to, like,
I love my country for the government. I love my country for the people, because it's the people that remind me that I am a spitting image and likeness. The spit that was mixed with the dust of the ground, so I could be molded in a clay-like form, supposedly, and then the breath of life breathed into my nostrils, making me a living soul. And that's just an allegory of how the cell divides as it gains nutrients and mixes with the waters. And as we gain that water and oxygen and carbon, the hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon, we become greater and greater organically. And that's why we talk about the organic Constitution, the organic articles. They relate to living beings.
just like betting, when it comes to betting, like there's so much betting now, like everyone's making it legal with this, different apps and whatnot. It's so easy to bet now. You're trying to tell me that when the Lions got screwed the other day with an actual play or bad calls, you're trying to tell me that there isn't like a lot of money that people can make or not make? I mean, they've been throwing fights and doing kind of things for a long time. You start adding a lot more money to the system, now it becomes maybe worth it to somebody to try. So you know what? Yeah, I am the guy who says that stuff. If you mix humanity and greed anywhere, people will figure out a way to try to get paid. So yeah.
If you mix humanity with stupidity, people will fall for the wrong thing. If you mix humanity with stupidity, people will go after the shiny things because they're that fucking stupid.
This guy talks like he's a black belt, but he's a white belt. Like he's so goddamn professional.
Exactly. This guy, like I said, he's got such a narcissistic ego, and yet the way I hear him, this guy is literally stupid. Literally stupid.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, but
and sometimes it's a government.
How is the
seems to be in a spell of illness?
So synchronous. Oh, go ahead. The synchronicity of it all, that his name is Judge Slaven. I mean, you couldn't be more divine. It's just like all planned at some level. It's a grand design.
It's like the attorney that they tried to assign me in my last case 7 years ago. So he tried to tell me his last name that was spelled Lies was pronounced Lees. Okay, Lies.
Oh my God.
Now,
The
Keith,
arresting officer for my
did you look up what his real last name was? Was that his official government name, Lies?
Yeah.
Wow.
Go ahead, Dick.
My arresting
Oh,
officer's
you
name
can't
is,
make it up.
Danielle. I'm sorry, Danielle. Go ahead.
the arresting officer in my case, his last name is Dickman.
You can't get any better than this shit, man. All these guys, Paul noticed quite a few of them. You know, watch the names of these people. They will tell. It will oftentimes tell you the character of the man. That's what the name is supposed to do. When you're born, your mom and dad are inspired by a character, somebody they've heard about in their past, some legacy, some hero, and they name you after that hero in their life.
I actually had a neighbor named Dick Man, Richard Mann, and he was a dick.
They're all over the place, guys. They're all over.
They always are.
To get paid, but when you come in here and you're just going to just clearly go with some sort of I'm a living man. Yes, of course you're living. I can see you breathing. You're here. Yes, good. I mean,
Here by special appearance.
yeah, you know, but that's an actual thing. You can make a special appearance where you are not submitting to the jurisdiction of the court. You are there merely for.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? So the people like myself that have been telling you about this for 7 years, to make a special appearance means that you're not submitting to the jurisdiction of the court. They will tell you exactly how it's working. These people that are stupid like this, the other ones that are a little bit more intelligent are going to get up in their authoritative role and start getting demanding and cut you off and we'll not have that in this court, and they're going to do that kind of thing. But the stupid ones will tell you what it's all about. That's why I like this guy. He's stupid. He's going to help me show you guys what it really is, because he's one that's been doing this for 34 fucking years.
For the sole purpose of challenging the jurisdiction of the court. So, because a lot of times
the sole purpose of challenging the jurisdiction of the court. You're not submitting to the jurisdiction, but there to make solely to make a challenge of the jurisdiction of the court. You're not challenging their title or their office, just their jurisdiction. And their jurisdiction is 18 U.S.C. 7, special maritime territorial jurisdiction, and that's why you make a special appearance. For the obligations and other securities of the United States under 18 U.S.C. 8, for 18 U.S.C. 9, United States vessels, nothing else.
when you file an answer, you just submit it to the jurisdiction of the court. You decided to play it.
Anytime you file anything, you submit to the jurisdiction of the court by presumption until it's properly rebutted, which again is the vessel of the United States that is in error for an obligation or other security being applied to myself through a special maritime territorial jurisdiction.
We invited you.
And what is the territory? The land, air, and sea, and they all belong to him.
To the party, you showed up to the party. Sometimes you can show up to the party and you're not bringing a gift. You're not planning on eating any cake. I was just coming to say, hey, thanks for the invite, but no. So you can file, you can come by special.
See how you related it to a birthday party where if you're invited to that party, you got to bring a gift? Remember, we just talked about a gift. That's the tax. It's a tax issue. Okay? Understand the language and understand he explained it exactly what it is. This guy is stupid.
Special appearance to challenge the jurisdiction. The fact that, you know what, I'm just here to let you know you don't have any power to even bring this case against me. So I get rid of cases sometimes for lack of jurisdiction. You come into my courtroom and you file a case over $25,000. I'm going to kick the case. Why? I don't have jurisdiction to make a determination about it unless it's a landlord-tenant case. So, and that's my job, is to know.
You're muted.
Unless it's a landlord-tenant case. Why would it be a landlord-tenant case is the exception. Leviticus 25, verse 23 and 24. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. In all of the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. So in the lands of your possession, if they come after you in a landlord-tenant case, you grant a redemption. You don't make a payment. You don't appear generally. You special appearance to grant a redemption. That is the gift. What is a grant? A gift.
What jurisdiction there is, and if I have jurisdiction over somebody. So when someone comes in there and they're like, well, you lack jurisdiction, you know what? Make a record. A lot of people are like, this judge is kind of like, man, he really lets this guy talk too much. No, I'm letting him make a record, because if there's something that because listen, maybe he's not as eloquent as somebody else. Maybe he knows what he wants to say, but he doesn't know how to get it.
And notice the difference between file in the courts and make a record. You can both make a record and file in the court, or you can make a record. What is a record? A journal. Can you make it public? Yes, by filing it into the public. Otherwise, it's private. It's a private record that you make and you give to him for his viewing, not to be published in the public record. It's a matter of correcting the record. If you keep adding to that record, you are creating more errors in that record. It's a faulty or fatal gift. A fatal gift. You either learn how to give the proper gift. This is the Old Testament and the New Testament. You either learn how to gift appropriately and give credence where credence is due, or you are subject to slavery by payment, the mentality that you owe.
Out. I'm going to give you that opportunity. It is my job to give you a fair day in court, give you due process. And if it takes you a minute to make your argument, then I'm going to let you speak. But I'm going to make sure that once you're done, you got anything else? Nothing else? All right. Based on everything that I heard, no, we're still going, and here's why it's not going to work for you. And I'll just
see, he's not going to. I haven't watched this, but he's not going to make a plausible availability that, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Case dismissed, like he said he does, which I very highly doubt it. He's automatically, yeah, well, no, that's not going to work. See, it's his opinion, and that's what these people do. And I urge you to learn so you can make a discernment for yourself, so that if you do this, it no longer is a matter of opinion, because the facts that you put on record are true and correct and superior to the facts that are presumed. The legal fiction is a presumption of the facts presented to the court, and they will go on that presumption and base their opinion on that presumption, unless you can defeat that presumption by bringing greater truth, the greater facts, your individual, private, journaled record. The way I observed it as firsthand witness, it happened this way. And according to the process due, you are the one that's violating the law.
explain to him why it doesn't. So hopefully there's other people who wanted to think like, oh.
That brings in the attitude or the aspect of qualified immunity. See, you literally have to blame them or show where they're wrong in something. Again, the Lord's Prayer. We ask forgiveness as we give forgiveness. None of us are perfect. So recognize their fault, grant them their qualified immunity with equal consideration of your own fault and repentance for the foreign sovereign immunities. And now we can go forth and clear up this mess.
You know what? I'm going to do that sovereign citizen thing, or I'm going to go with the I'm a Moroccan citizen, and under the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787. I'm going to declare this and that. I'm like, well, then if you know that, then you must know Congress's the Sundry Act of the 1824. They're like, well, what is that? And I'm like, well, Morocco that has the longest standing embassy of the United States embassy of anywhere in the world. And we've been trading with Morocco for a long time. That's why the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was first created. It's a real thing.
And that's what brought in those constitutions of the states in 1789. Remember the constitutions? And then the 1789-91 Bill of Rights. Pay attention. It's all been written. It's already said and done.
Between the United States and Morocco, because that's where they used to pick up a lot of things and slaves. But there was also more. So who was selling those slaves? Morocco, an African nation, was selling. Wow, get that right. So some Navy people who were in the Navy, Moroccan Navy, their ship sank. One of the United States naval ships picked them up. They said, "Hey, can you take us back to Morocco? We're part of the Navy. Thanks, man. Peace and friendship." And they're like, "Yeah, sure." But instead of heading that way, heading east, now they went west and came back to like North Carolina or wherever it was and sold them as slaves. And these 4 guys were like, "Hey, time out! Somebody want to listen? We're not just like somebody to sell us. We're actually like Moroccan citizens who are in the military, the naval." And so they got free, got away, went to Congress and said, "Hey." So they passed the Sundry Act.
You hear that? They went to Congress. You're supposed to have a communication with Congress, like I said, folks. If you don't understand this, you better start listening. This guy, like I said, he's stupid. He's telling you so many keys in here. It's pathetic.
That said, any Moroccan citizen who's here in the United States will be treated exactly as a United States citizen. So as soon as they get to that, I'm like, any United States citizen.
And that United States citizen is an internationally protected person. Yet here we are, we have administrative courts in all states using that citizenship against you. Learn this concept, and you might find yourself fielding the ball a little bit better, being able to throw it right back at them. Then you're part of the game. Then you can be center field.
Speeding gets a speeding ticket. So boom, here you are. I'm going to treat you, since you already said you're Moroccan, and since you're from Morocco, well, under the same things that you're stating, you are going to be paying for this ticket. They're like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. Here's money. Yeah, I was speeding. So, because I've studied all these different things, because in each one of
See what I say? If they're not supposed to use that citizenship against you, he just showed you that, oh, well, you're a Moroccan citizen, you're going to be treated the same as United States citizen. We're going to treat you as a contract officer, and you're subject to the statute. So now what's the American citizen? Isn't that, if the United States citizen is an internationally protected person, but they use it against you, what about the interest of Americans? American interest on those very United States securities? 18 U.S.C. 8, obligations and other securities of the United States, stamps and other representatives of value. Is the American citizenship hold a different value than that of the United States citizenship? Simple question.
of them, it's kind of like folklore. Basically, they're literally like legal folklore. Like, was there somebody who committed some heinous crime back in the day? Now you can see on the day before Halloween, you can see their ghosts running. Sure, that's where those folklore stories come from, right? Like chupacabra and all that kind of stuff. But that's where there's like legitimate things back in the day that used to work. They used to do that kind of stuff, and that's where it grew from. But it's not a thing anymore. What they don't realize is that any case law that was out there, any precedent that says, well, I can do this, that's great, except for a statute trumps case law. Black letter law, case law came because there was no.
Notice he said black letter law. That's the case law. That's what case law is known as. I've said this before. It's known as black letter law. Okay. Now, the black letter law is the ink in the paper. It's always black. You don't see documents printed out in blue, red, purple. It's always black. And generally, when they want you to sign, it's blue or black, because back in the day, copiers couldn't copy anything but blue and black. Now they have color copiers, so we have people going back to origins where they had colors of purple for royalty, red for common law, blue for contract, black for legal constitutions and things like that. Learn the history of everything as best as you can, and you'll learn this stuff. That's the benefit of knowledge.
No statute about it. Judges had to make a ruling about, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? Once they make a statute, the statute trumps that. It takes it right out of play. So and they do this all the time. Michigan, the United States Supreme Court will make a determination or a ruling. Congress will then change the law. Okay, so what you're saying is that it's not that? Well, check out the new version of the statute, because it is now. And then they're like,
and remember, those statutes, those are under federal acquisitions regulations. So in order to acquisition something, they must first inquire it. In order to inquire it, they must first require it. It must be a required asset to acquire before you can inquire as to where you can get it and who you're going to get it from. What we have today is people using the statutes as if though it's a violation of law somewhere to acquire without necessity, but actually by making a claim that somebody was harmed, suffered a loss.
Can you give us an example there?
Your automobiles. That MCO placates that it's a motor vehicle, yet it came from an automobile manufacturer and went to an automobile dealership where you had an automobile salesman conduct all the transactions. They use contracts to acquisition from you that motor vehicle by telling you now you're required to register it, license it, and insure it, which is 3 other contracts, combining into a motor vehicle operator's lease agreement, which is the contract, but that contract is for the performance of the functions of public office. There was no requirement.
It's interesting. If I could dovetail on here, I remember back in the day, the old timers, that was something they were proud of, that the deals they would do, it was always on a handshake, or if they had to, if anything had to be in writing, it wasn't worth doing, because if you couldn't trust a man on his word, wasn't worth anything anyway.
Absolutely. And it's come down to the scriptures telling us to not trust a man on his word. Scripture literally tells us we're not supposed to put our trust in other men, and that a handshake is such a thing. So we've gotten away from the handshake and put it into paper. And people still want to do that signature thing without realizing what's going on. You're contracting in person, and he's no respecter of persons. So why are you doing it in person now? That was the fault of getting rid of the handshake. Now they're doing everything in person rather than.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting rid of
that a lot as well. They'd say I did the whole deal on a handshake. Built my whole company, everything I ever did was on a handshake.
Yeah, but then after that, they started signing paperwork.
Doesn't persona also mean a mask?
What?
Persona. Doesn't it also mean mask?
Right, and that's what the words are doing. They're masking your actions. See, actions speak louder than words, but when you start putting words on paper and then you can't be heard or seen, what's really going to prove the equity? Your actions. Your actions are the special appearance or general appearance, and your actions have to do with everything you know. So you have to have the knowledge first before you should act on anything. People are brought up in this system, but again, believing that by the time they're 18, they walk out of that high school door with that graduation certificate, that they have everything they need for the rest of their life. And that's false. You've not been taught anything but to remember what people indoctrinated you into, and that is a name and address attached to a number.
Well, we got to follow that. Unless you think it's unconstitutional. If the court thinks it's unconstitutional. So anytime that a government, Michigan, whatever.
And every last one of them is a violation of your constitutional rights. Several of them. First and foremost, the First Amendment. freedom of association. Pure and simple. You have freedom of association even from the rest of your countrymen and are not required to follow those laws. They have a case law on that. It's called black letter law, and they do have case law on that. But again, like he said, the statutes trump Constitution and case law. Why? Because everything is a contract. And until you understand that and are able to play the contracts outside of the contracting venue as the benefactor, you're never going to win. Never. You're going to be stuck in contract. And you're never going to have your equitable remedy through the in personam of the federal courts with a communication with Congress, not a contract.
State you're in. Once they make a statute about something, that's what prevails. That's what's on the books.
I did that video on copyright with Samuel Clemens. Remember, he went to Congress in support of a bill that they already had. But you can go to Congress with your own private relief bill of relief. It's called the private relief law, equity.
So when it comes to jurisdiction, all you got to do is just look to the long arm statute of the state that you're in.
And that long arm statute, as Dick was just mentioning, that is dependent upon a handshake for at arm's length contracts. That's the long arm. Long arm law for at arm's length contracts, the handshake.
And that'll tell you if you're properly in that court or not. So a lot of judges just don't, if you can't impress somebody, sometimes you just baffle them with BS. A lot of times that's all that is, that the whole, because it just frustrates people and they don't know what to do or say. And then they're just like, you know what, just let them go. Just get them out of here. And then
Did you hear him just admit to baffle them with bullshit? Because a lot of people go, well, I don't understand that. And they go, So just get it over with. Make the order. Tell him he's done. He'll have to do it because he doesn't know any better himself. Otherwise, he'd recognize the baffling bullshit.
I'll win some of the cases because they're just like, so, you know, like a pestering, like, just, I don't care, just go. Like, mom, mommy. It's fine, go. If you want to go to your friend's house, go.
See how he's making fun of the people like they're idiots? Like they stand there begging for their mommy because they're a mommy boy. That's exactly the way these people look at you in those courts. I guarantee you.
Like you just kind of like give in to the kid who just keeps asking, you know, can I have one, please, mom? So, and I don't do that because that's not how it works. That's not how it works. So it took a little bit of research and some reading and whatnot, and I can appreciate what they're trying to do, but no, it's not real. It's not real.
Yeah, some of them come in really well versed, really well studied. You can tell they did their homework and they took the time to put together a proper presentation. Sure. Well, some of them just come in, they watch a YouTube video, memorize the keywords.
Got the notes in front of them, and as soon as you get there, like they'll be like, "Oh, do you have your oath of office?" There, bam, right here. Like it's literally sitting right here. So that way, because a lot of times the judges don't, and they're thinking, like I'm like, "No, here it is. Next question." And then they're like, "Oh, I don't know what to do because the notes don't say."
I'm here in a special appearance to accept your oath of office, so long as there's equal consideration of the oath that I accepted of our Father which art in heaven. Is that agreeable? Because I believe that'll bring in the qualified immunities for you and the foreign sovereign immunities of myself in a multilateral sovereign agreement.
Hey, like, what do you do if he does have it on his bench? You know. So sure, they do, and it's kind of like, well, like in your field, computer sciences. There are some individuals who are out there who are amazing at hacking. But I've always thought, like, man, you know what? Instead of like, I don't know, shutting down an entire store or stealing all these credit cards, or hey, couldn't you like invest your same amount of time to come up with like something like super cool that would be like useful for everybody? That you could then maybe take the Shark Tank and like do something there, bro. I mean, so like, why are you wasting all your time and your smarts, your ability to argue? Here's an idea: just go to law school, man. Go to law school, bro. What are you doing? I mean, if you're that good at, like, you know, arguing and trying to use rational thought, then do that, man. Go, because that's all it is a Aristotelian.
Go to law school? Yeah, if I went to law school, I'd tear up the professors. I would tear up the professors. I'd be bringing up these questions, and the professors would be getting obtuse with me. They'd be getting upset and riled because it's not a course to their curriculum.
And logic, you know, I mean, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Let's go. So go to law school, figure that out. I mean, Why are you trying to come with this hobo, like half-assed, like thing that's not even real? I mean, whatever. I mean, if you want, try it. And
Hobo half-ass thing that's not even real. That's what the statutes, codes, rules, and regulations are, folks. They're contracts, and they're real if you're part of the contract. But if you're not, then they have no validity and therefore have no reality. They shouldn't have effects in reality. Again, if a traffic citation is unarrestable, then why are they still arresting people for traffic violations?
but at the same time,
Which again, of course, is a violation of personal jurisdiction. You have to be summoned according to the diplomatic channels of notice to make sure that you qualify as a plaintiff or defendant in capacity of a public office.
sure. Like, for example, when I interned at the prosecutor's office when I was still in law school, Michigan had come up with the helmet law where you had to have a helmet if you were on a motorcycle. The problem is, it said that the definition of what constitutes a helmet would be done off of the basically the federal government's transportation department's DOT description of a helmet. But they failed to say what exactly a helmet was. So anybody, if you were wearing a hat, a baseball hat, well, according to the definition in Webster's, a helmet is anything that can protect your head that sits on your head that you wear. I'm not saying
Simple, huh? He just told you, hey, you can put a goddamn mask on your head. That's a helmet by that definition. It's protecting your head, right?
it's going to protect you well, but a baseball hat will protect you from the sun, UV rays. That's a helmet. We had to dismiss those cases because there was not a legal definition for helmet. So those people, some people might be like, oh, you rebels, you sovereign citizens. No, they were right. And those cases got dismissed. It's that kind of thing that you need.
And notice how these people that beat that law went to the definition. This is why it's so important to understand the term of the definition of person. It is a total fiction. Therefore, it cannot apply to you unless you apply it yourself voluntarily, that you are a United States citizen or a resident, when neither of those is true.
Need someone to be pointing out, hey, your little system there is a little flawed. You didn't do this. Oh crap, good thing. And we said, hey, everybody's got to wear a shirt. What constitutes a shirt? Like no shirt, no shoes, no shirt, no service. Can I take a ribbon and tie it around my neck? If you don't define what shirt is, it's the shortest shirt you heard of, and then they're like, well, that's not really a shirt. You know it's a ribbon. I'm like, have you ever
Another important point here, when you're entering any of those documents for records, you give them definitions. I'm going to go over a couple here with this lease agreement or rental agreement that my companion and I just dealt with. So pay attention here. Let me see here. I'm going to start out at the very top. Let me pull this. Actually, let me pull it up so we can screen share it. I got to stop this. Blow it up. Make sure we can see it. Good. So, by and for Schmidt, full colon stop, Joyce hyphen and full colon stop. By and for Little, full colon stop, Keith hyphen Orland, full colon stop. Not in capacity of a enumerated legal entity. Amended terms for rental agreement for 1334 Meadow Lane, Apartment D at Waterloo, Iowa. Not a dispute or controversy. Maxim, one seeking equity must bring equity. All conditions are arbitrary and remain private for any private equitable reliefs for any accidents. First one, definitions. Rental agreement means credit agreement. You and your means creditor. American citizen means resident, tenant, and occupant. So anywhere in the lease term where they see resident, tenant, or occupant, it is not a reference to a United States citizenship, which is you and your defined as a person who owes, or excuse me, an individual who owes a debt to the United States. So now it concurs that American citizen means resident, tenant, or occupant, and not United States citizen. Premises means physical property not owned by Joyce or Keith in their natural capacity and does not include the land. Contract means credit agreement. Security deposit means foreign deposit. Foreign deposit means credit obligation as defined in 12 U.S.C. 1813 and 12 CFR 204.2 definition of deposit. Rental unit means temple. Landlord means primary obligor and grantee. Caliber Group Property Management Company means secondary obligor and trustee. So now we have grantee and trustee. Benefactor means Joyce and Keith in their natural capacity. Notice there is no beneficiary mentioned. Lease contract means credit agreement. Accident includes continuous or repeated exposure to the same conditions resulting in public liability, which the insured neither expected nor intended. Abandoned means unclaimed. Security device means anything used to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit. Notice some of these I'm using their own definitions against them by changing the actual term. Enumerated legal entity means the legal name, so enumerated by Social Security Administration, of which a card is issued to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit. Signs means written notice. This is inconsistent with and nullifies number 26 of the lease agreement, where they say we can't post signs on the front door or back door or the windows. That is inconsistent with international law, where peaceful inhabitants are told to put such signs on their temples, denoting that if there is a besiegement or an act of war, that you are peaceful, non-combatant allies and carry no weapons. Signs means written notice. This is inconsistent of not allowing signs on doors or windows. We are required to let the world know we are peaceful people and our temple has no weapons that would indicate otherwise. Good faith is a broad term that's used to encompass honest dealing, depending on the exact setting. Good faith may require an honest belief or purpose, faithful performance of duties, observance of fair dealing standards, or an absence of fraudulent intent. A fiduciary relationship creates a duty of good faith between the agent and the principal. The breach of this duty of good faith can lead to liability. Failure to act in good faith is known as bad faith and is generally considered to be a level of culpability greater than negligence. And then I've got some notes. Neither Joyce nor Keith are abandoning anything, including but not limited to rights, titles, and interests in our real and personal effects related to any property, intangible or tangible, within the conditions of this credit agreement. Caliber Group Property Management Company is the company designated by landlord to manage the premises and receive and receipt all notice and demands upon owner of the premises, and not Keith and Joyce. That's their words. That's a quote from them. Is the company designated by landlord to manage the premises and receive and receipt all notice and demands upon owner of the premises. So they are the go-between between Joyce and I of our demands. Default by resident. As American citizens and benefactors, we have no other obligations in contract capacity as officers or agents and can only conduct ourselves through a court of equity and not a court of law. No criminal or civil accusations will be held by us. This exceeds and is an exception to the Iowa Uniform Residential and Tenant Act and extends into courts of equity, so no party or benefactor beneficiary shall suffer detriment of any kind, not a 1031 exchange of property for productive use or investment by a third party. Contract termination dispute. Law governing is common law of the Republic of Iowa and is merged with equity. Uniform Commercial Code, UCC 3-402, signature by representative. If a representative signs the name of the representative to an instrument and the signature is an authorized signature of the represented person, the following rules apply. If the form of the signature shows unambiguously that the signature is made on behalf of the represented person who is identified in the instrument, the representative is not liable on the instrument. Neither Joyce nor Keith are undertaking commercial liabilities as the authorized representative of the enumerated legal entity. HUD compliance is required for any possible evictions or relocations as a result of nonconformance with this credit agreement. And then it says, without recourse, without prejudice, and given with good faith and patent right by benefactor. That's the qualifying signature. It's the authorized representative. If a representative signs the name of the representative to an instrument and the signature is an authorized signature of the represented person, the following rules apply. If the form of the signature shows unambiguously that the signature is made on behalf of the represented person who is the beneficiary, then you should be giving by benefactor, the one giving to the beneficiary. Purely my opinion, of course. But so far, it's been working great for me and my companion. And I'm telling you, this is where you'll find it, is in the writings that I make. Now, if I'm making these writings and they are mine and they are not recorded and they are not filed, then they remain private in our records. They're in my record and they're in the landlord's records. Those are private records and not public. They have not been filed into the public record. Therefore, they remain a record, but not a record that is then intended to be filed into the public record. It's not meant to be published in that form. So I can give you my creation in the form that I created it and show you myself. Take it for what it is. So let's get back to the video. Couple more.
Crop top. What is a crop top? Well, it's where
Couple more minutes on this one, and then we've got another third part, about 17 minutes.
shirt. You heard of her, and then you're like, well, that's not really a shirt. You know, it's a ribbon. I'm like, have you ever heard of a crop top? What is a crop top? Well, it's where it shows their belly. And oh, never mind. I see where you're going with this. I'm like, so this is a super crop. It's a super crop top. It's only 2 inches long, 2 inches tall. Because I'm just trying to show off my and not that I'm going to, but yeah. So, and so there you go. So if I take a string and tie it around my foot, there's my shoe. And I get that you're trying to just be a smartass sometimes, and other people are just like look, man, whatever, I don't want to wear it. I get it. And there's reasons why, but if you don't have legal, clear definitions, if you don't have people to challenge that, just basic, regular people, then
he's telling you that you need to challenge that. This is the thing about going through and proofreading documents that they give you and making challenges. You're going to challenge it, but you're not going to challenge it to destroy it. I think that's a concept a lot of people miss, is that you're not going to challenge it to destroy it. You're going to challenge it, like I said, to bring up greater truth, so that it's an educational thing, so that the person sitting on the other side of the table sees a greater truth and is automatically likely to agree with it.
and who will? And so, so I get, I'm not against the whole sovereign citizen thing.
If you don't, who will? If you don't, who will? Quit crying about the shit. Learn how to do your research and quit believing. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your neighbor, your mother. Do your research so you know how to challenge this shit and bring a greater truth.
Because I am a sovereign citizen. I am my own free person. I should be.
I am a sovereign citizen. I am my own free person. This is his statement. Is this guy stupid or what? A judge sitting on a bench saying that he's a sovereign citizen, using an oxymoron. You cannot be sovereign. You are not the sovereign. You have a sovereignty in union with the sovereign. You are not sovereign. You have a sovereignty.
And be able to think and do what I want to do, as long as whatever my rights, as long as my rights don't expand and start to interfere with other people's exercise of their rights. That's where the law is drawn. That's where the law has to step in. Society has to step in. We all have to agree that the government needs to monitor that line. Other than that, I'm laissez-faire. I'm a Jeffersonian conservative. Get out of my pocket, get out of my mind, get out of my backyard, stop, go. As long as I'm not interfering with other people's exercise of their rights, leave me alone. Don't tax me on it and that kind of stuff. So.
Looking.
When it comes to those, so I'll have to keep all the weapons out back in the garage or in the shed or something. No, you redefine them. They are implements. They are tools used to implement things that you require in life. It might be a projectile tool, so you can go out and seek down game. Learn how to define things yourself. Like I said, definition is just another man's opinion. So give him your opinion. That's not a weapon. In my opinion, I've never used it as a weapon. I've used it as a tool to implement my needs in life of sustenance, so that I could go out and seek down game and other things. You don't use their terms and conditions. You learn how to use other words that would say your intent. Their terms and conditions everybody believes in, and they don't know the first thing about the intent. Yeah, there you go. And another thing, with this custom car scene that we have, the guys that have the custom cars, they're antiques and road shows and stuff. And a lot of time they'll get custom plates with the name of the car on the plate. Bumblebee for the yellow and black striped um, Barracuda. You ever seen that kind of stuff? Guys name their automobiles. In that, you can change that VIN number, vehicle identification number, to a PIN number, a private identification number. VIN means private identification number. You do this by making those definitions in your trust and placing that property in trust. And that's how it's defined. Bumblebee, private identification number, da 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 da. Now you're not even using automobile, let alone motor vehicle. That's not my automobile. That's my Bumblebee. Every word you can use in a contract. Know what the contract is and how to protect your shit.
So see, I think it's fat, but see that, and that's an analogy I would draw. People who use or hack. I was just watching the documentary on the guy who originally hacked the PS3 and everything out, all the other things that he would just find interesting and be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to use this to do this. And it's like, and then Sony's like, you can't do that. Listen,
That's a lie right there.
Program. All he did was just tweak it or get it to make it do something else, and was it jailbreak or whatever it is you call it, definitely the iPhone or whatever he did. And so that's kind of like sovereign citizens. That's kind of like people bringing something to someone's attention, because obviously then you got to write code to change that or to close those loopholes, to close those things. So if you don't like people say, oh, Trump didn't pay that much in taxes. Hey, listen, Trump has people who are attorneys and accountants who look at the law. And if the law says you got to pay for this, this, and this, and this, and you can take deductions on this, 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 and this. Hey, man, I didn't write the rules. Just
point it out to me, Danielle.
So I used to be a hardcore gamer. I still have a tote that has every system out except for the new Xbox and the new PlayStation, meaning PS4 and the Xbox One and everything before. And I've personally modded them myself. So when he just stated that it was one person who hacked the PS4, that is a bold, blatant face lie. It was an organization, a group of 48 people that hacked as a team and that took creditship for that hacking.
Yep, I remember that too. You're absolutely right. And Fiery Voice says his videos are obviously on YouTube to mislead the public, and that's what I'm hoping. He was talking about his daughter was trying to convince him to do ahead, to go ahead and do a YouTube channel, and I hope he does. I hope he does, because I'm going to point this shit out. This guy is definitely telling some truth, but in that truth, he's telling some lies. He's misleading. And that's the importance of listening to this stuff and knowing the truth from the lies, so you can point this stuff out. And like I said, I will tear this guy up. I will tear him to pieces. I will tear most any judge to pieces, because they sit there and they bold-face lie about all kinds of things, because they just don't want you to know. And so when you do ask questions, and I'm telling you, it is important to ask questions, but remember, these people will lie to you. So it's important not to just continue believing, but to continue doing further research. Don't just look at the first thing that pops up on Google. Don't just look at Google. Go down to your local library. Get into the fucking the actual physical books and stuff. If you can find them online, okay, great, that's fine. But use other material outside than just one source. Make sure you use a multitude of sources so that you can see how they correlate and how they disseminate, both on coming together and dispersing the lies and stuff. Get rid of all the falseness and gather up the truth. And you can gather, like he's saying, and everybody should know, there's a little bit of truth in with every lie. You should be able to look for the lies and the truth in everything there is on both sides of the track. People that think they're literally telling the truth are also lying, but there are those people that will tell a greater truth and not know that they're lying, whereas there are other people that know they're lying and they insert a little bit of truth to get you to believe the lie. So it's important to be able to distinguish between the two. There are some good people out there that honestly believe they're telling the truth, and they are in their mind. But if you find something wrong with it, this is the part about criticism within your own brother, is that oftentimes your brother doesn't want to accept the criticism, and this goes to the cupcaking aspect. You want to love your brother, and you don't want to hurt him, but sometimes you should know that the truth is going to hurt them, and you can't cupcake and be light about it. You have to let them know the truth. And it's just a matter, again, of bringing a greater truth to the forefront so people can act more honorably.
I'm just figuring out a way to use them to the best of my advantage. If you think that there's loopholes in there, or if you think that there's things that need to be tightened up or changed, again, call your legislator. Again, hack. But see, there's no legislation for software. So
if you want to change, don't go to the courts. He's telling you to go to the legislature. What's the legislature? That's Congress.
If it wasn't for hackers, if it wasn't for people who get creative, I don't even like the word hacker. I just like, I guess, creative programmers. I prefer the word creative programmers. People who see something and they see things that I would never see. It's like looking like kind of like, that's why I love the movie The Matrix, because for me it's like I don't see, like I'll never see the numbers, I'll never see the streaming, I'll never see like when you see The Matrix. Like so they could just look in there and they knew like, well, that's a good looking girl, that's a redhead. I'm like, how do you know it's all just a bunch of numbers? But to them, yeah, because that's your medium, that's where your artistry comes from. And so for me, that's what the whole sovereign citizen thing should be, but it's been perverted into basically graffiti instead of art.
So he's admitting that sovereign citizen is a thing, and that it should be, and that it's an artistry. Okay, that's the arts of the word, the art of the words, and he doesn't understand it himself, because if he did, he would know that sovereign citizen is an oxymoron.
Do you think that YouTube has pushed the sovereign citizen movement a little bit?
No. But the internet, this was back. You could find it on, you could just Google, you could just search for things before and find it. The problem is that all the law books that were not updated. And then, so things get updated now so quickly that it all started like really from just people misreading case law. They said, well, the Supreme Court says I have a right to travel. You do have a right to travel, bro. You do. If you want to go down to Ohio.
Yeah, you do have a right to travel, but again, that's a commercial term. Hold on, folks. I got to go answer a door.
Go down to Ohio. Want to go check out some Sandusky, get some Cedar Point? You can drive from Sandusky, Michigan to Sandusky, Ohio. Go ahead. You don't have to show anybody your papers, please. There's none of that. This isn't, Leningrad. This isn't, you don't have to do that. So, but you don't have the ability to choose an endless source of means of transportation. We're just talking about the right to travel. At a basic, like you can use your feet. Go ahead. You can physically move your body from here to there.
You can force yourself to the Sandusky.
Yeah, exactly. People misread case law. Attorneys do it all the time. Like I'll read a brief and I'm like, and I'll be looking at that and they're like, well, according to this case, and I'm like, but counsel, did you read the rest of the opinion? I mean, well, no. And I'm like, well, doesn't that apply? And then they don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I see where this one's going. You're losing. And sometimes I'll always chalk it up to that they didn't intentionally try to mislead me. But attorneys do the same thing as what sovereign citizens do a lot of times. They just do it in a more eloquent form.
All right, moving on a little bit from the sovereign citizen.
Okay, did I miss anything? Evidently not. Okay.
One of the biggest comments that I get a lot of my videos is, why didn't the judge hold him in contempt? So how do you balance holding someone in contempt and just brushing it off your shoulder and say, see you next month?
And that's a great question. That's a great question for everybody in the law tube community who's thinking about that. That's smart. The first thing I'm going to say is power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I am always mindful of the fact, like when I'm here, I got two amazing court officers, Officer Kemp, Officer Frisky, who are going to take down.
Did I just hear it say Officer Cap and Officer Frisky? This can't get any funnier.
Anybody who tries to come get me. Second, if you do actually get up on and jump over my bench, buddy, you're in the wrong judge's bench.
You saw that video, huh?
I did. And I see, I grew up a poor hillbilly. I ain't never had an ass whooping, and it sure as hell isn't going to come because somebody jumped over my bench.
I grew up a poor hillbilly. Yeah, okay. Keep projecting that you're just one of the normal people. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Because I know how to defend myself. And yeah, so other people don't. Problem is,
he never been in a fight. Just said he never been in a fight, but he knows how to defend himself. And doesn't know the term defend. Okay? I'm a big boy. I do know how to fend for myself. I have been in many fights. You see the difference? Babbling idiots babble.
You don't know when that kind of stuff's going to happen. But when it comes to contempt, you can't throw it around like Halloween candy. Like you can't just be like, well, you're pissing me off, contempt, because it's quite a powerful remedy. I mean, I'm literally going to deprive somebody of their liberty. I'm going to imprison them right now.
Stop stuffing sopping wet bags of.
Admitting that he's going to deprive somebody of their liberty, that itself is a violation. You have no excuse for depriving anybody of their liberty. None.
Contempt of court is a misdemeanor, punishable by 90 days in jail and or up to $500 in fines.
Contempt of court. Again, rule number 17 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, plaintiff, defendant, capacity, public officer. If there is no, if I am not a public officer and one of the public officers drags me into that court, that itself is contempt. And then you want to sit there and talk about contempt of the court. The court is in contempt already. Has been for decades, if not centuries.
I am allowed to make action upon somebody.
Contempt. C-O-N, with, tempt, T-E-M-P-T, temptation, with tempt, with temptation, no tice, notice, no tice, no enticement, no temptation.
For anything they do that was known as contempt, that means they literally are committing it right in my presence. I can make a ruling on it right now. I don't have to go to hearing. I can just say, look, what you're doing right there, you're in contempt. So I will always tell people, I will always warn people, I'm going to tell you what's going on. Like, hey.
So what you're doing right there is contempt. So tell me, is it civil contempt or criminal contempt? Well, there's one form of action, civil. I dare you to tell me it's criminal contempt. And when you try to say civil contempt, now you got to prove the contract that I have with you.
Hey, listen, we're going to use, this isn't Jerry Springer show. We're going to use an inside voice. Everyone's going to have a chance to speak. Everyone's going to have a chance to make their record. So a lot of times I will, like I told you before, I'll let them speak. I'll let them, because maybe they're just not eloquent enough to, like what they're trying to say, they're not doing it well. When you start yelling, I'm going to tell you, take it down. Right now, it's not Jerry Springer show. We're not going to be yelling at each other. We're going to conduct ourselves in a civilized manner. And if we can't do that, I'm going to warn you. I'm going to warn you a second time. And then I'm going to hold you in contempt. But only if it's disruptive. And the reason that the contempt, it becomes contemptuous, is I'm also looking around the court. If I have other cases that now their activity is infringing upon their right to have their day in court, the other people's right to have their day in court. Because now you're prolonging it, you're making it like where I can't hear them. So like if you're in the gallery, back when I had people coming in here, I had an individual.
And I think this is why I got away with doing all the yelling and cussing and swearing that I did, because when my trial was going, there wasn't any other cases going on. They had me in a private court doing me privately. And they even had one of the other judges that did part of the arraignment or whatever, come in and sit in the back. Just after he mentioned to me, he asked about my companion, who she was. And I said, that's my companion. She's here as a first-hand witness to stand with me and God. And he said, oh, okay, as long as she knows that she's not supposed to give any, be giving out information of these proceedings. I said, she'll do what she needs to. And then I turned around, and that's when I saw one of the other judges sit in the back, and I said, how come he's here? Is that evidence of bias in this courtroom? Next thing I know, I turned around and looked again, and he was already gone. Know what you're doing, and again, back then I didn't know everything I know today, and I guarantee you it'd go a whole lot different. But back then I knew a few things that kind of helped save my ass here and there. But it's still, despite the fact that I was convicted and did 47 days on a 60-day sentence, most people would think I lost, but I take it as a win. I take it as a win because that was a sixth offense possession, where in all 5 previous ones, they assigned a public defender, and I got max penalties on every last one of them. This time, I didn't get max penalties. Instead of getting 2 years, I got 60 days in jail and a minimal fine. And then, of course, they wanted to demand a DNA sample and a drug eval. But when I walked out of jail, not signing any documents or anything after the judge gave the discharge order, they haven't, again, like I said, along with those other 11 citations that I signed UCC 1-308 and then never appeared in court, they've never issued a warrant for anything except the failure to appear for jury duty. And yet when I go in, just like I did on the traffic citation, the sixth offense possession that they were supposed to do on a traffic citation, which they arrested me for, they still didn't mention the other 11 cases. And then with the jury duty, they never mentioned the 11 cases or the failure to comply with that supposed court order. Telling you, you have to learn how to stand up and act like a man. Know your power.
Individual who, it was like their 4th time violating probation. And she was an older lady. I think in her 60s. It was on a larceny case. And I had given her, it's pretty easy to follow along, to get, some community service in here. Don't pick up any new charges, that kind of stuff. Hadn't done a community service, hadn't shown up to get drug tested. And it's like the 4th time. So this time I'm like, look, you know what? I'm telling you, you'd be looking at 90 days in jail. I'm going to give you 3. I'm going to give you the weekend.
You're muted.
My apologies. So I'd love a judge nowadays to try to drag me into them courts again. This failure to appear for jury duty was only $350 bond, but I could have taken that and multiplied that times 100. In other words, the millage rate, instead of being percentum 100, it's now 100%. It's the other side. So instead of being a $350 bond as principal and authority to do so, I can up the bond to $35,000. Let's do it. You want to bring those other cases? Tell you what, since there's so many of them, and since there's many of them that I already went through and paid all those fines, fees, and penalties, and I know some of those bonds might even still be riding out there in the market, let's increase this to $3.5 million, or maybe $35 million, or maybe $350 million, maybe $3.5 billion. I don't know. But there's a different representative of value, and I know that for sure. So let's make sure that at the end of the day, we're all made whole, including God, to which all credit goes to and comes from. That is the circulation. Do you feel me now?
We're going to come in. We're going to take you in here now. Today's Friday. You're going to spend the weekend here in the jail, and someone can come pick you up on Monday morning. And then I'm going to hold the rest of the 90 days in abeyance. I'm going to give you 90 days, but I'm only going to make it 3 right now.
Do you hear that? In abeyance. He's going to hold the other 90 days in abeyance. Again, that's a military term. That's a military flag, corporate flag for military operations of holding in abeyance the person. He's going to hold the record in abeyance. It's still going to be a valid record, valid to subject you to that time in jail if you don't continue on with that contract as it's termed.
Now, I'll hold the others in advance. If you finish the rest of your probation without incident, then I'll just go ahead and waive that.
Probation, proving that it's a court of probate, and a court of probate has no jurisdiction over the estate of a person who is in fact alive. This is Scott versus McNeil. It is case law. It is black letter law, and therefore they are violating that, and that is one case law that they can't ignore, that they can't trump, because every last one of those statutes is used in a matter of probated estates, corporate entities, the legal fiction, a presumption of fact, nothing more.
And she's like, no, I understand. And she gets up, and then the bailiff's going to take her out to where the holding cells are. And her daughter is over here, and I'm calling the next case. And her daughter is like, you effing A, this, as she's like getting up and walking out the door. And I'm like, oh, okay. Officer Kemp, can you go retrieve that lady? So I said, you know what, you're going to go.
Yeah, the case is over. This is what I'm going to point out here. The case is over. It is not a disruption of the court. She left. She left. It was a disruption of his feelers. Okay? It wasn't a disruption of the court. See, telling somebody to fuck you is a First Amendment freedom of speech. And just because it hurts your feelers doesn't mean it disrupts the courts. That might be your opinion, but your opinion has no standing. If you're honestly going to impose that against the Constitution because it's your opinion, then your opinion has nothing to do with the Constitution again. Proving that these people are nothing but lying, deceiving bastards.
Go over here in the holding cell here, and I'm going to decide if we're going to do a contempt hearing or. So basically, it was basically like a timeout because I came back from lunch. She came out of the door and was like, Judge, I'm really sorry. I really shouldn't have made it. Sometimes people just need to think. I go, listen, I'm not going to hold you in contempt. You can go. But other people are here to have their day in court. And when you're yelling, they don't want to hear obscenities. You're interfering with their constitutional right to have due process. So I kind of also weigh that into it. Like if you're disrupting, like if you want to come at me, sticks and stones can break my bones, but nails will never hurt me. I've always been a.
Sticks and stones will never hurt me. Yet that's exactly why he called that lady back into the court and put her in jail for contempt, because it hurt his feelers. Because if she was saying fuck you to somebody else, would it hurt his feelers? Would it disrupt the court if she was on her way out and the court didn't come up in an uproar? Then it shows that it didn't disrupt the court. It only disrupted his feelers, and that is why he does that. That is why all of them do that.
Pudgy kind of guy. Super athletic, don't care.
The only way for civil contempt is if you blatantly are involved in a contract as a public officer and blatantly refuse to follow the contract. That is contempt. It's not a matter of calling somebody names. It's a matter of being dissentful among the ranks.
When I was a kid, they're like, hey, it's a double boy. Because I had more doubles than I had singles. Like, I could hit the heck out of the ball. You name it, let's go. And I was the fastest lineman on the football team. I can run. So, but I just carry a little extra weight, So I'm ready for a family. If it wants to come in, I'm good. So I will outlast the rest in the zombie apocalypse. So.
There is no way this guy was a lineman. This guy is too big to be a lineman. Unless he took upon all that food. Again, if he was a lineman on a football team and his dad had all his acreages and stuff, he wasn't born a poor youth. He had to do, and if he was a lineman, I can't imagine how fast he could have been. Linemen are not fast.
I don't care. You want to call me like, oh, you're fat. Oh, wow, really? Am I? Oh my gosh. Okay. I've had people do that on the video, like when they're in the jail cell. You effing this and that and fat, blah, 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 judge. But I'm like, whatever, bud. Like it just rolls out because I don't care. Like, listen, I get it. You're venting. I get it. But if you start disrupting other people's right to have a trial, if you're disrupting other people's ability to hear the cases, when I'm trying to like read somebody their rights, and you're making noise over here, yapping, I'm going to tell you, knock it off right now. If you don't, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. And I tell them, this person has a right to hear all of their rights, their constitutional rights. I'm trying to go over that with them, and you're making noise interfering with that. You want to keep that up, you're going to be held in contempt. And I'll tell them that. I'll tell them one time. And if it happens again, boom, that's it. So for me, it's really about, if you want to come at me, say whatever you want. Listen, I really don't care. I can care less about what your opinion is of me. Especially if it's negative. If it's positive, well, hey, it's cool, let's be friends and stuff. But let's talk. You're thinking the wrong thing, and you're like, oh, this judge is this and that. Like, no, but that's not what it's about. Oh, okay. So, because I even have some sovereign citizens who will even say, I appreciate the fact that you are respectful to me, and because that's my job. Like I shouldn't be like, don't thank me for doing my job. I mean, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to treat litigants with respect. That's what I try to do. And I'm giving them the opportunity.
That's why you're going to disrespect them by getting in your feelers and give them a contempt of court charge when you know better. Again, this contempt of court thing is two manners: criminal, which means you have to have physically gotten up, like he was talking about that video he watched where the guy jumped over the bench. That's criminal contempt. Okay? Civil contempt is a matter of contract, and you have to be in that contract and violate that contract contemptuously by dissenting from the contract, as if though you're not required to. When if you are in that contract and you knew that contract was there, then you can't. You have to complete the contract unless you find an impossibility. You can't just get mad and get in your feelers and say that's not right, da 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 da. You have to be able to bring equity to it in arbitration. Fix anything that might be wrong. And again, if it's impossible, now you have the ability to dissent. But just because there's some kind of inconsistency, that is not valid enough. You cannot dissent. You have to correct anything that is inconsistent.
Opportunity, but I guess the line gets crossed for me is when you start disrupting, making it disruptive for me to conduct the proceedings for everybody else. Like if you're the last case, whatever, I'll give you. Go ahead and talk. Let's go. Say whatever it is you're going to say. Because you're not. The only thing you're blocking is you're blocking me from getting to a sandwich that I'm about to have at lunch here when we're done. So.
Why wait to get paid? With PayPal invoicing, 79% of invoices are paid within.
If that's the case, then I guess the threat level, I guess if you want to call it, really, is that. And it's too. I just think judges should not be too quick to get to right to contempt level. Don't go to DEFCON 4 like right now. Like really, because I mean, give them a warning, see what's going on. Some people who are like actually like putting hands on people, yeah, that's just go right now, take care of it. But it's a tightrope to walk because you want the judicial system only works.
See, he just relegated or related to the somebody putting hands on somebody or something. That's you gotta push contempt there. But he made no distinction between civil contempt and criminal intent. So yes, like I said before, if you go around putting your hands on people, that by definition is civil or criminal contempt. Otherwise, your speech is supposed to be in line with a contract, if you have a contract, for them to give you civil contempt because of your dissent. It has nothing to do with calling people names. It has to do with disagreeing with the contract and not being able to bring remedy and evidence of the inconsistencies or dissenting point of a contract.
If the people have trust in the judicial system, and if all they think is that we're just, oh, you just do whatever you want and you don't care, it's just about making money and try. It's not. It's about, for me, for sure, it's just not. And so I'm going to make sure that I temper all of my decisions.
No, for this guy, it's not necessarily all about the money, but that is a large portion of it. And the other large portion of it is his ego, his narcissism, his popularity. So again, it still doesn't have to do with justifiable means of law and its process, but rather his money and his ego.
Making with that in mind, like it's right there at the forefront of everything that I'm thinking.
And again, that's just my opinion.
Thinking about, am I being fair? Am I giving someone the opportunity to be heard? But at the same time, are they messing with anybody else's opportunity to be heard? You know, and so I guess sometimes when they're like, hey, this, and I guess sometimes you kind of like, it's kind of like when you have a kid, each one of your kids, you have kids?
Yeah, I have two.
Two. Each one of them is probably different. Like, you know how one kid will like do, or like, you know, like, oh, I know this one. If they want something, they're probably gonna ask me first, or maybe they're gonna ask their mom first. Like you just know, like that's their MO. You're like, okay, I see where you're coming. Like, so sometimes when you have a litigant who you've already had before you, who is like of a certain nature, you already kind of know. So if you weren't smart enough to like make that your last case so that it doesn't interrupt the rest of the proceedings, then come on, work your docket a little bit better, please.
And see, that's what they started doing to me. 94 cases. They kind of get used to you. So after a certain number of cases, they just start making sure that you're the last one they call. They don't want other people knowing what you're asking about when you start asking questions about this and that. They don't like it when an attorney has to sit there and tell you to shut up and just listen. And I certainly don't like it. And that's why I don't have attorneys anymore. I got tired of them telling me to shut up when I was the one trying to bring the truth. It's never going to work in your favor. Learn how to have the truth and use it for your benefit.
So, I mean, that's really what it boils down to for me anyway. For me, you just don't want to be abusive with it. You don't want to be too quick to, it's kind of like they always say, if you don't pull out your gun unless you're going to use it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Kind of a random question I just thought of. Have you ever played Stop Sit Bingo?
Have I ever played that? That is no. I haven't, but I'm sure that they can make a drinking game that would be very similar.
Yeah, it's fun. There's a few law tubers out there that will automate some cards, and
on his mind is a drinking game. Tells you this guy is a drinker and likely an alcoholic, in my opinion. Again,
have their followers that are watching, just check them off as they go. Anyways, okay, moving on to the last question. I know you're busy. I know you got a sandwich to get to for lunch before your case. If you could snap your fingers and make one change to the judicial process, what would it be?
Kind of like Judge Thanos just kind of puts the glove on. Big. Yeah. You know what? I really enjoyed our conversation. I'd like to hear more about your background, just more about you. So how about, and I know you probably want to, talk to other people and other judges and things like that. I would be interested in having more conversations with you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. Maybe maybe next time you can come up on my YouTube channel, step into my arena.
Yeah, no, for sure. So that's a great question, and one that, in the same vein as if I had ever found Aladdin's lamp, don't just make that impulsive wish right off the bat. I mean, because I can make an easy wish and say, I wish Mike Kinney wins the election next year so he becomes my bench mate. That would be like good for the community and good for me.
Yeah, you want to have your best friend appointed to the bench with you. That way you can work together in conspiracy for your paychecks and your egos and the wealth of your families by stealing it from everybody that doesn't know when you have a fiduciary duty.
Hey, folks.
So what do you think, guys?
Scum of the earth. That's what I think.
Sir Greg, yes, the proceedings are the banking paperwork. They are banking on it. They are banking on the fact that you don't know the definitions, and that if you do, you will use the ones they give you. This is why I urge you to learn the concise English and what it really is, and get into the etymology and origins. Like I pointed out here this past week, pollution in etymology is a male thing, has nothing to do with female. Pollution in etymology literally says to discharge semen without sex. That's the origin of the term pollution. You can look it up. Etymology, pollution, and see what Etym online says. literally means unclean. So if you have an unclean document, that is pollution. What's the unclean document? The enumeration at birth that says mom had sex and there is a discharge of semen, but she don't know who daddy is. So she applied for a new daddy for her son or daughter, known as a patriot daddy, who granted a United States citizenship. Pretty sad. All again, like Russ said earlier, and I've been spout for numbers of years, in a spell of illness. And that's literally what they define it. Inpatient hospital treatment. The baby receives inpatient hospital treatment on its first day, creating a record that is then filed based upon mom's signature of another record that is joined together because she too was in the first day of inpatient hospital treatment when she registered to give birth. She gave birth. That's a gift as a giving, and birth, not bearing. She gave birth instead of a bearing. An orientation. Yeah? Oh, so that's why Scarface said her womb was so polluted. In a sense, yeah. Yeah. Because it wasn't actually sex. But anyway, if you guys don't have anything else, we've been at it for 4 hours and 15 minutes. So we'll go ahead and close out unless you got anything else.
Go ahead, Danielle.
I just want to say that my court date got pushed back to the 7th, or this coming up Monday.
And what are they going to do? They're going to do on the trespass?
So I was 2 minutes late to court, and they arrested me for failure to appear again.
Okay. The last time I was going to be late for court and knew it, I just wrote them a letter. Or first I called the clerk to let him know, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it, but I need to let the judge know. And so what I need to do is ask for a continuance.
Well, I got released on another bond.
Yeah, and it might have gone different if you'd asked for a continuance. I'm sorry, I almost forgot I was even supposed to be here today, but I need a continuance because I'm not quite prepared. Or if you need to, we can go through with it today. But please forgive me.
She wouldn't have it. Every person that I talked to about this Judge Maddox, that she is the extreme worst judge and most harsh judge there is in this county.
And that's one of those things you got to get over that, people. I don't care what kind of personality the judge has. I don't care what kind of record he has. You have to start learning how to implement your own peace treaties right from the start. And that means operating daily in the fact that you're going to make mistakes. Be prepared for them, no matter what they are. Because, yeah, Fiery Voice says they're still actors. That's all they are. They're still actors. So make it an action that they can see.
So
wouldn't you say though, Keith, some of these guys, it's how they act when they get in there?
Yeah.
If you're loud and belligerent, these people aren't going to communicate with you, converse with you too well.
Right.
But and you go in there in the right frame of mind and, stable on that foundation. Let me tell you, They're going to try. They're going to surround you. They're going to come over and they're going to intimidate the fuck out of you.
Yeah. When
But
I
they
told them I
can't
was
lawfully, they can't fucking to you.
yeah, when I was in the courtroom the day that the judge told me that I had to sign this document waiving my right to a trial by jury because I demanded a bench trial, I told him no, I'm not going to sign. And as soon as I did, he motioned to the bailiff and the other deputies that were with him to, and they all came over to the table. And I looked at the attorney. I said, I'm not signing. I'm not signing. And the judge looked at him and says, have him sign that document. He sat there at the table, and this is the judge or the attorney that spelled his name Lies and said it was pronounced Lees. And he just looked at the judge and he says, I'm sorry, I can't. He didn't say a word in that entire trial except that. Sorry, I can't. I told him if you say one word in that courtroom on my behalf, I will hold you liable. And he didn't say one word on my behalf. That's the only thing he said that entire trial was I can't.
Well, after being arrested, I was in the jail cell in the courthouse for about 2 hours. And then instead of getting a car and transporting a prisoner like they're supposed to, they actually had me handcuffed and walked 2 blocks to the jail in front of everyone.
Amazing. Channel 3, Wiz, can't you request your own jury of talisman? Again, I know what you're talking about, but that's common law. And that's only for crimes, which would be rape, murder, kidnapping, theft. And yes, it's talisman. But yeah, that's a different kind of jury. You want to get into that, start doing research on Lysander Spooner.
Well, they kidnapped Danielle, didn't they?
Absolutely. That's kidnapping. That's exactly the premise of kidnapping, stealing one of the children of Israel and making merchandise of him. They made another bond after they'd already kidnapped him. Again, the court doesn't have personal jurisdiction. It was never volunteered. It was never summoned with an appropriate waiver of personal jurisdiction. So they still don't have personal jurisdiction. It's just a presumption. And so in that, they turned around after they'd already kidnapped him again under the same thing, saying that he was already subject to the court's jurisdiction. And that is never the case, because once you find out that you made a mistake and that there was a public liability placed on the record and that you are not, in fact, in the capacity of a public officer to even be a plaintiff or defendant in the case of that liability. It's all about insurance, every last bit of it.
Has Danielle, have you give them any sort of notice or anything? Have you done a special appearance or anything?
I think he took off to go do something.
Oh.
But anyway, I guess with that, you got anything else, Russ?
No, just to encourage people to take heed in this and do your due diligence and go read for yourself. And eventually, I believe people will start to pick this up. But without those two things there, it's never going to happen. But anyhow, be the change you wish to see. Much love. Keith, always a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, finish my comment here. Please be kind enough to hit those buttons on the way out, like, share, and subscribe. And of course, there's PayPal link for anybody that wants to share some love. Every little bit is appreciated, and it gets kind of a little low this time of the year. So please do so. It's a great help. And then, of course, you know me. I love you. I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. So may God bless you and have a good day. We'll see you next time.